pull down the VOD, it is as a highlight on YouTube, and it's just hidden on, or sorry, it is hidden on YouTube right now because I got to edit it and I couldn't edit it yesterday. It is pulled down as a VOD from yesterday's stream, and is now a highlight. That's because when I was doing the sponsor segment, I accidentally doxed myself. So immediately I delisted the VOD, cut out the chunk where I showed personal information, and put it there. So it'll just skip past that point. So that's the danger when you're doing subs when you're doing sponsored stuff where you order stuff. Because like, when you get to the point of actually getting the thing, it caught me by surprise. It was right at the beginning that it had personal information. Anyways, with all that said, we're gonna be starting a new colony because the other colony is dead. If you're watching over on YouTube and be like, I don't see the VOD for it. I just said I accidentally doxed myself, so it's set to private. I'm gonna try to edit that chunk out of it. But last night when I was working on it, it was still doing the thing where it's like, gotta wait till you're done encoding or whatever on YouTube side before it could touch it, so it couldn't even edit it. Rule 1, Rual, don't dox yourself. Oh yeah, no, I repeat that regularly, don't dox yourself. It's very genuinely, as a content creator, it's going to happen. No matter what you do, it is going to happen. All you can do is try and roll the punches. Not said, don't deliberately do it. And right now we're just going through the basics we've been doing every single time. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's going to happen that you're accidentally going to reveal your phone number by accident because you'll be like, oh, here, let me show you this thing. And then a drop down's going to pop up and it'll have your phone number for whatever reason. Or you'll go to a website and for whatever reason it'll have like your real name written in the corner. Like, please stop doing that. And it's one of those things that like you could just use a PO box to a neighboring town. The problem is then I got to pay a monthly fee for a PO box, and they're not super expensive. And then I also have to go to that PO box as well, and that's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's still one of those things. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd rather have my PO box get leaked than my home address. But at the same time, like, this was a sponsorship for a food service. They won't accept a PO box for good reason. You don't want food sitting in a PO box. It wouldn't fit in the PO box. PO boxes are usually like this big. I used to have one, unless you pay big money for the big one. Yeah, that's the thing. People who are motivated to figure out where you live will figure out where you live. The difference is not handing it to them. So the question is, do we want to do another mountain base? And if so, what do we want to do? Because last time we did a gorge. And that was actually kind of fun to do that. Oh, that's a weird gorge. That gorge ends. Huh. That's a weird one. I don't necessarily want to do that one, but that's kind of an interesting consideration that we can have. Okay. So with this, the way it works, we're learning here that any mountain tile that has a river go through it will be a gorge with the geological landforms. Like, it won't be this one, but any of like the heavy mountain tiles. Interesting. I do kind of like the idea of one that ends on the tile. That'd be cloud forest though. Man, could you imagine how little growing space? What are those weird coastal tiles that are gray? Oh, these ones? Those will be sandbar and an archipelago. So basically they give you very, very little, like this one physically has no growable tiles on it. So you physically cannot farm on this tile, period, until you get a moisture pump. I don't think this is actually a viable tile without caravanning. We've done one of these. These are a lot of fun for like doing the hospitality mod. Definitely recommend. Don't take an actual island. If you ever do RimWorld, do not take an island near anything, because what'll happen is you'll be on the island and it'll go toxic spewer over there. You need a caravan to get rid of, and you can't caravan. So you just have to endure a permanent toxic spewer. I'm seeing if we can't find another one of these Mount End tiles. I'm curious about that. Because I actually did enjoy the Gorge tile, and it would be fun to do another one. Does I consider that end, or is it the next tile over? Because, like, the Gorge tile was interesting. I think it was just the... Okay. I have no grow space. Ah, it's tropical rainforest again. I kind of don't want to don't want to do the disease fight right now. That's screwed a lot of my recent runs pretty badly. And in worst case, it wasn't even diseases that killed me in any of those runs. It was just like dealing. We had, what was that at one point? Didn't we have like 4 simultaneous disease? We had the sensory mechanites, the muscle parasites, malaria, and sleeping sickness all at the same time. So out of a group of 8 colonists, I had 1 colonist who wasn't sick. There's a cloud forest in the middle of the savannah with mountains there. Looks neat. This could also be one that we deliberately max out the mountains just to get more options. That's Rual. Rual's actually a pretty easy tile to do most of the time. I'm also trying to avoid the like the cloud forest is a fun tile, but getting absolutely shafted by, what are you? Old Bog. I forgot that was a mod thing. We're way too far south here. Those are some long winters. I'm tempted to go back to the world generation and just say mountainous and turn it up to like yes. Just go all in on mountainous. I'm also curious, I should check. Do they consider... Okay, so these are still marked as impassable terrain. I'm wondering if they're all mountain and high pop. Cave systems, just get them out of here. Mountains, yep. Crowded. Sure, this is a bad idea. We're gonna do it. Because I liked the Gorge idea. I like the idea of doing the Gorge where it's like a cul-de-sac kind of thing. I think that's gonna get some really busted raids, by the way. Because you're gonna have the raids that are supposed to be split up into groups, and they're all gonna have only one way to get in. Which means for a regular raid, it's gonna be easy breezy lemon squeezy. It's gonna be practically a free victory. You know, barring if I just horribly misplay something or let the tech get way out of sync or whatever, or wealth just explodes too much. But when you get like the 3 different groups are supposed to, yeah, there we go. That's going to be wonderful. Just right next to an enemy faction, really get them pissed off for us living right there. It's actually, honestly, I might even go for it. It is Cloud Forest, but, you know, whatever. Oh, so this is an interesting one, because if I actually set up here, I'm pretty sure I can't leave. Because I don't think it'll let me actually caravan across that tile. I don't know. We'll have to. We might have to test it at some point. That's Badlands. We haven't done the Alpine Meadows. The Alpine Meadows, if I remember... Oh, right, it's that. I was like, wait, you're supposed to be a gorge. The Alpine Meadows is interesting that it has warm summers, but, like, really cold winters. That'd be enclosed, I wouldn't be able to leave. Yeah, the Badlands is interesting. All these ones in the middle here, I'm not going to be able to move from those tiles. That's my only concern, is that I could have an event up here and I physically couldn't go to it to deal with it. That said, if I get closer to this edge... Oh, that's also fully enclosed. We might have to be careful on where we put ourselves on these. That's Glacial Shield, so we're pretty far north. I like the idea of hitting one of these endpoints, but it is looking like with these endpoints, I am going to have to, we might just have to take the risk of building someplace that... There's, like, no temperate forest on this map. It just goes straight from tropical. Oh, there's grasslands, I guess. Temperate swamp. And that's getting, yeah, it's boreal forest, so we don't want to go that far. Just like right in the middle of arid shrubland, there's almost nowhere anything could appear nearby you. Like, I'm digging some of these tiles. The big problem, I wonder if you could even have events around here. Oh, right, if we're doing all endings, we must be able to caravan. Okay, so we have, like, we absolutely have to be able to caravan, because otherwise I won't be able to do... Well, I mean, I guess technically I could drop pod off the map if I get stuck in a situation where I can't caravan. So that is an actual candidate, because I can caravan over here. It's not enclosed, so I could get out wherever you're going. Now, granted, with these mountains... Oh, man. I might have to tone down those mountains. Because, like, literally, if the ship drops here, it's impossible. Like, it's not literally impossible. We'll as much as that meme was fun, let's put it back to normal. But yeah, that's, for doing the all endings run, I could run the problem where the ship to the stars puts itself in one of those circles. I'd have to manage to get close enough to set up a colony to then drop pod into it. And that'd become an issue. So let's fix our world gen real fast. Crowded shouldn't matter too much. The crowded, or the lack of people bit us last time because I had no one I could trade with or anything, because there was like the nearest group that wasn't just straight up hostile to us. Was like a 10-day trek away. Oh, you know what? That'll be this. 1 second. We'll switch it back. I forgot. I literally just took that first map and regenerated that first map a second time. So we're going to look around and get the exact same results. It's fine. I know it's taking a minute. We're being a little bit picky. Oh, did it say frog? I didn't look. I know that can be a word that pops up, or a type of frog can pop up. They got a lot of stuff. 100% did. Could settle, make a colony, then drop pod. It seems excessive. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There would definitely be ways to work around it, so that's the reason I was like, it's impossible. Well, no, it's not really impossible. But it wouldn't be fun to have to drag everything over, build the drop pod. All the time your people are getting pissed off because you took a very advanced set of colonists. And then drop them into that stuff. So I still want to try and go for Gorge. And it would be fun to do an endpoint. If I can't make it happen, that's fine. I'm just curious of how that will go. I'm looking for mountain ranges. And seeing what rivers cross them. Yeah, that one I might not be able to get out of, though. Like, that's something we'll have to test at some point to see if I can caravan along this river out. Like, if the mod is smart enough to take the impassable place and make it passable. Well, actually, we can check this. Where is... They'll have like, little tunnels in the mountains. See if those little tunnels in the mountains are labeled as something other than impassable as the workaround to let you get through them. I'm also just looking for more places that would potentially be candidates for what we're looking for. Doesn't get to the deep part of the mountains. I'm actually not seeing hardly any. Okay, where are these past mountains? I haven't seen any. Oh, you know what? I bet you it's because I did away with those. Yeah, so it's still marked as impassable between those two. I'm pretty sure we're trapped here if I do that one. That's the issue we're running into right now. For trying to do all these endpoints, I need a river that goes into a mountain range and ends there, which isn't something we see a lot of. I might take my chances with this one, and we'll just have to test to see if I can caravan out. Because if I can caravan out of there, then we're fine. But Temperate, this is going to be another hellish colony. We'll see. So, fluid ideology, ideological. I'm going to do the prolicizer just to make it easier on myself. So the one thing I give myself here is that we harass people endlessly about their ideology. Ooh, wait. I do remove the clothes requirements because that just annoys me as a mechanic. It's not that big a deal. Alright, so we're checking for people with injuries, and we're going to just try and get people without injuries. Because I like to earn my injuries. So we have everything but research represented. Honestly, not that bad so far. Delicate melee's pretty bad. Delegate melee's pretty bad. I might re-roll that one. All the others are fine, but delicate melee pawn is just a dead pawn in the making. I would like to get either a researcher or a mining person. Well, there's a researcher. I don't want to deal with greedy. Delicate, very neurotic. Jogger, too smart and kind. Jogger, industrial. Cool. That's ridiculous. Going into a mountain place with no one who is good at mining. What do we even have here? So we got you can do plants. Cool. You are also plants, but you can do cooking, so that's fine. So you'll be our cook. So we got plants and cooking. You can do construction. You can also plants and research. You have a nice representation, bunch of stuff. Where's our construction person? The construction person, I could see re-rolling because we're gonna need a mining person. Like, if it was any other map, I wouldn't really care about not having a mining person. A mining brawling person. Good enough. You know what? Cool. So that gives us probably too much melee. Oh yeah, we've got like 3 people who are leaning melee, but that's okay. We only got one that is melee. That's still fine. We got all the skills represented as a passion. I'm gonna go with it. I'm already being pickier than I should, making it take longer to, do all that stuff. Oh yeah, and I missed that was your 50 stream streak, Ronger. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Catch the last 50 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying it. Alright, so with this one, oh man, there is no growing tile on this. Ho ho ho. I didn't check. What is your grow season? Oh good. It's not year round. Alright. See if we can caravan? Yeah, we should see if we can caravan before anything else. Form caravan. Okay, I can caravan. Cool. That's the information. So we can caravan along the river. So we're good. Ooh. There's gonna be a no animals tile. I know I'm cutting down that psychic tree, and that psychic tree is just going to have to accept that. Because if I can grow stuff on the tile on this map, we're growing food. Okay, alright, so let's go ahead and figure out our people. So, first of all, where's our brawler? You're on the left, you get the Equa. Yeah, for right now, you'll be our other one. You are our best shot. Okay, so got that figured out. So you grab the knife, you grab the pila, you grab a bow, you grab the other bow. We can go to assignment, food policy, lavish, do not allow eating of corpses. We can go to schedule, give everyone a little bit of rec time. So we are gonna have to beeline, like absolutely beeline to trying to get Tumblr sorted. Because this is even worse than our last tile was so far as our ability to do stuff with food. So I'm very genuinely concerned. The upside, though, is I've got 2 doctors, I've got 2 people who can social, I've got a representation of all skills. So it is one of those things that's like, okay, on the plus side, we do have a bit better of a skill distribution. I don't have the dedicated hauler I had last time, which is a real shame. So we've got our cook. You're not going to hunt because you don't have passion for anything. So you are a construction person. You are a mining person, you are a growing person, you are a crafter, and you are a researcher. So I've got that, and honestly, I'm gonna leave... Here, you can have that as well. I'm gonna leave all these on lower priority, so it stays focused on them, so that some cleaning and hauling happens. Trying to think of how I want to deal with that. We could bump that like that. Yeah, it should do. Alright, so yeah, this is terrible. Okay. So we'll go here, and we'll go to the medicine. And set everyone to not use amazing medicine, first of all. What else do we need to deal with here? I already got these set to grow zones as well. This should be easy to defend. Yeah, it'll be easy to defend. But also, it's gonna be a whole thing. You know what I'm gonna do? This is the entrance to our base. This is gonna be bad in the early game, but late game, this could be an incredibly overpowered... Do I want to just make that kill box? Alright, hang on. We're gonna make what's probably a mistake. Could be a big mistake, because it's going to add way too much pathing time on here. Because my thought is make it so there's only one entrance into the base and then move up and around, and force people to always walk into the kill box. I think that's what I'm going to do. So, if we go to our research, because I got to remind myself, so for this one, complex furniture first, I think. We don't have anomaly yet, but if we go up to precision rifling, if we go for the assault rifle, has a range of 31. So what we could do here is, from that entrance, we go 31 tiles back. That would be the defensive line there. That's 11, 13. This is a bad idea, and I know it. That would be our defensive line there. Cool. So it'll make at least enough room here. And then up here would be our first room. This is a terrible idea. Okay, so get to building. Because that'll end up being our defensive position, kill box, whatever you want to call it. In the meantime, what's going to happen to keep us from starving to death is we're going to go production, butcher spot, butcher any animals we see, forever. We apparently have a face mask laying here, interestingly enough. We've got some components there. Alright, so we're going to try to do a really ridiculous base. It'll be one of those ones that early on is going to be a problem, but later should be pretty solid. But the big thing's going to be getting that initial setup. We will need to eat just about every animal on this map to stay alive. We're also going to have the problem that these animals are going to be eating our crops very aggressively, which is going to be another problem. The good news is, the only dangerous animal on here is the alpaca. Literally everything else we could just hunt and eat as needed. So I don't want to eat everything all at once. But if I can get this set up where we go tunneler, I literally could get to the point where I don't ever need to go out here. Interestingly enough, that water's not flowing. I can't actually use that water for a wind turbine. I'm gonna try to not use the water wheel. I'm gonna try to beeline. Oh man, we're gonna have to beeline straight for bioferrite. We're gonna have to use burners. I'm gonna need to find a source of chem fuel or whatever and go burners. Yeah, and we're chopping that tree down. Tree, it's out. It's gotta go. And if we get any idle colonists, they start smashing these things. Yeah, so we're getting the rice planted, getting the potatoes planted. Animal-wise, we're eating our animals. And also, for the moment, stockpile zone, that whole area there. What are you doing right now? Oh, you're going for a walk. You're just pacing back and forth in the hallway. It's funny that going for a walk, this is the walk spot. The dark hallway. Yep, so we just cut down the tree. I wanted to get that out of the way while we still have the extremely low expectations. And the initial optimism should be able to more and take care of it. So I got the psychic tree out of here. Strange signal source. Yep, that'll be our anomaly stuff. So let's see where that appears. I'm really curious. There's not a whole lot of space for it. Probably up here. It's either up here, maybe over there. Maybe up there. Maybe it can embed itself in the wall. Can it appear in the water? We'll find out. Okay, so that spot. That's workable. At least it didn't take any of my grow zone. We're not going to poke that berry yet. We will need to poke that very early, though. Because to get electricity, I'm going to have to lean on keeping things locked in the basement. There's, like, the water wheels I don't think we can use here viably. We do have a river, but it's just too much stone near the edges, and they'll just get attacked and destroyed. There's nowhere to fit solar or wind in here. I can short-term use the generators. I don't think that's going to work for any meaningful long-term, though. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get some colonists named who are probably doomed to die, but, you know, here we go. So our first contestant is our brawler. So welcome to the colony, Stoka. You're going to probably get a lot of scars, so that's going to be a whole thing. Then next up, we have our optimistic, nimble person, Conray, and I know you are absolutely the eternal optimist. You're going to be helping with, I think, cooking I've got you assigned for. So anytime someone gets food poisoning, we're going to blame you personally. That's just how it works in RimWorld. It's like blaming the healer. It's just how it works. Kick KJ. You are our industrious jogger. So, you know, that's really good. Then we've got our next contestant, who is Donkey Duff. You are going to be our kind person who I believe I've got you set up for construction. You're either a construction or you're our crafter. I don't remember. And then finally, we have the very last Lardine. Who is our best doctor. I think I've got you on planting. No, I have you as a crafter. That's fine, and everyone's sleeping. So yeah, so we're gonna have like a little bit of a whole ordeal mining our way back in here to make a production room. This is the reason why I was like, this is a mistake, is I am burying it way back there. And that is going to be a problem in the early game. The thing I've got to watch out for is to not cross this line. If I cross that line, I can't do a thing. What the hell is this map? This is a gorge where the river dead ends. And I saw that, I was like, wait a second, I'm curious about it. The grow space here is non-existent. Literally, I have assigned every last tile of this to be grow space. And I'm setting this up to be a defensive position. Oh wait, you need to not be that close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sure. So we'll say 9 out this way and 9 that way. So nice big future production room. Make sure all our stuff is fine and inside the boundary. Where is the boundary? Boundary's here. Oh, okay. I'm literally just trying to draw a line that's like, don't go by here. That's the out of bounds. If we go by that line, I can't build stuff. Okay, so Stoka is properly getting that mining underway. Yeah, no, this is the gorge geological landform. The thing we had to test with it was to make sure I was able to caravan along the river, since we are surrounded by mountain, to make sure we can actually do all the endings. And yes, we can. We can caravan over there. It did show the pathing. I'm assuming the caravanning is horrifically slow. But yeah, it's just gorge where a river ends. But it all seems like it would be a river source map, but you don't think it might be. Yeah, they did make it look like a river source map. You notice this water isn't moving, but then you see the river here. Can't really see how much food we have left. I think we're out. Okay, so first up, go ahead and get ourselves some meals. We're gonna probably deal with a decent amount of early game food poisoning. Try and get those hauled out of here as soon as we can. I saw the idle person for just a moment. Oh, we could also go here. Mine and plant cutter at 4. So if anyone's not doing some, start mining. Okay, no more spare food, so go ahead and get the next one down. Yeah, we're already at starvation. So we'll start 2 donkeys to be hunted. Gordo's been returned to the wild. That's not what I wanted. Don't worry, Gordo. We'll eat you someday. Hit the wrong button. Alright, so just trying to quickly dig this out as fast as we can. Insane ramblings. I didn't see what the other one was. Days. Don't run off the map. Because we're starving. And the only thing I can do for food right now is to hunt. Oh, one thing to don't clean up the entire map, please. Like literally all that, don't worry about cleaning it. It's fine. For right now, you hunt. All right, let's I need that food, buddy. Okay, and so who is our cook? You? Need to drop what you're doing. Did you just eat my food? You jerk. Oh no, there it is. There we go. I was about to be like, wait a second. It just sometimes when you have something go, there's a minor delay before it becomes available. All right. So butcher it. Everyone grab yourself some food real fast before all the animals eat it. Okay, so no one's starving right now. We're going to keep hunting. All right. And so then this will be the first actual building here. So we're going to put the doorway there. Because this is intended to be where our kill box will eventually be. That's the reason I was like, this is a mistake, making this a giant hallway. Meanwhile, you're digging compact metal. Just don't worry about that. Get back to butchering. We are going to run into some serious food problems. Mad Rat. Gather everyone up. Where is a person having a break right now? You're over there, that's fine. Okay. But also we get rid of a bunch of the animals. We can eat them, they'll not eat our plants, and everything else. Cool. That went well. That'll be our first real big test in this run, is just trying to get that initial food off the ground. Alright, so now they'll all start sleeping in there. And hold off hunting a little bit until that food gets eaten so we don't waste any of it. Because we're also going to really struggle with wood on this run as well. So yeah, research we want to get going as quickly as possible. And then we're also going to need to do our first ideological reformation to try... You wonder how cold it gets? So we will have an actual winter. That was the reason I was like, oh, food's going to be real bad, is we don't have a year-round grow season. Okay, so first production. I have to wait till they move the stone out of here. So I want to go ahead and get a butcher's table in here to get better yields. But I need the stone moved first. Actually, that's not true. I can put it right here. Furniture. Drop you here. What's your plan for electricity? You don't see any options? Bioferrite. Which is advanced anomaly. So that'll be interesting. Because the water wheel, there's no room. There's no room for wind. I can maybe get like 3 or 4 solar things. No geothermal. We can put vents, but the vents are gonna be going, So... we are the ill-fated mountain men. And a terrible place to live. Excellent. That's the names I'm going with for this colony. Because like I said, against raids, this is a great location. Everything else, food, wood, all the art stuff, not so good. Not so good at all. Not even kind of, sort of, ish good. Let's queue up another thing to be eaten. Or to be butchered. It's a pain place. But at least Cassie can't beat you up easily. Nah, she can just hit us with other stuff. She can just be like, crops? Blight. How do you feel about gutworms? Do you like gutworms? She's gonna have to play the logistics kill. It's like when you're playing Civilization and you're like, or more Stellaris, and you realize you can't win toe-to-toe just in a straight-up fight, so they go after knocking down your resources. The good news, we don't have to worry about sleeping sickness, because that's only tropical rainforest. We're not doing a tropical rainforest map. That's like our 3rd place we've hit steel. Part of me was expecting to dig back here and immediately be like, ancient danger. Be like, dang it. For all we know, there could be, I think the max a map can have, it's either 3 or 4 ancient dangers on one map. It's very rare. You ever try old XCOM? I've played XCOM. Like, when it first came out and everything. Please stop botching the construction again and again. Oh, actually, yeah, you're gonna do that. You got construction, too. Well, on the upside, I guess where I would normally be upset that I couldn't build the thing because I didn't have the construction skill, I've got time to get it. Lock that open. Bills. Butcher creatures forever. So that should have a slightly better output for butchering creatures than that table would. It's still fun, even though it's 20 years ago. Yeah, that feels like a game that would hold up reasonably well with time. There's definitely some games that you circle back to and go, man, that's rough. But that feels like one of those games you have to write, man, a Revenant's gonna get absolutely demolished on this map. It's got nowhere to hide. Once you get like a couple of researches in on it, you just walk up the river until you catch it. First raid, attacking immediately. Guy with axe. Wimp Delicate, who has very low melee skill. Hey, buddy. Just take a stroll down the river, alright? I'll see you when you get here. Manipulation 120%. Oh yeah, because you're a genie. Yeah. Let's see, you did 12 hours of on hard. Don't burn my crops. No, that's actually the one thing you could have done to screw me here. Go deal with that fire. Do you have gear I want? You do, actually. Oh, wait, you're not home zoned anymore. Please put out the fire. Please put out the fire. Please put out the fire. And are you a doctor by chance? You are not. Who is our actual doctor? You don't worry about the fire. You go over here. Okay, I'm gonna manually make you a medical bed. Rest until healed. Tend to them. Yeah, so that fire is just gonna decimate our rice. Oh, you managed to get back up? Let's go to our assignments for our people. Right now, just ignore them. Just let them walk away. I don't care that much. Just save as much of our crop as we can, which isn't looking very encouraging. Glad we planted all of it. So I saved that corner. We saved some of the mostly grown stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't save that much, unfortunately. Go grab that axe. It's probably better than your knife. And also grab this. So on your way back, grab the medicine. It's even more painful with how low. Yeah, the good news is I'd rather they burn that one down than the than some of the other ones. So all things considered, that could be worse. It still sucks. Hopefully you don't get an infection, because it's very likely. What are you growing? Mostly just rice and potatoes for right now, because it's not particularly good soil. It's actually pretty poor soil, and that's one of the things that potatoes actually excel at, is growing in crap soil. The corn, while it's one of the highest yield ones, when you have really bad soil, it's particularly not great for corn. When you have really rich soil, corn is amazing. Potatoes will find the soil, yep. Alright. Think they're nightmare fuel sometimes? Yeah. The only good news we did save some of the rice. I need to mine that room more. Let me guess, you were a mining person? Yes, you were. Makes sense. Change that from medical to not, so anyone can use it, so people can sleep. You're recovering from your food poisoning. Ambrosia sprout. Cool, so we got some more alpaca. Gonna keep hunting those. Much food poisoning in our future. So much food poisoning in our future. I got 3 more alpaca queued up for hunting. Okay, the Timberwolf left. That's good news. And the good news is we do have some decent size animals to hunt. The big thing is to hunt them gradually so that we don't... Let's take the alpaca. So I want to grab them, you know, hunt them a little bit at a time. Oh, the Ambrosia killed some of my potatoes. Thanks, Ambrosia. Cool, man. And I need you to get better. So you can get back to mining out this first room. Okay, a bunch of the alpaca already left. So we only managed to snag one so far. Oh, it respawned here and we cut it down again. Yep. Eventually we won't need to do that, but that's until we can do our celebrations to get stuff started. Because people are understandably getting very angry because they're recreation deprived. And yeah, recreation deprived and all that. Put you there, and you here. And they're struggling food-wise. Just hunt everything you can now. If it won't explode in your face, hunt it. We're almost about to get our first rice up. Cool, so we've got recreation. We've got our stuff going on here. Butcher stuff on the table real fast. So we've got some food there, and we're just trying desperately to ride this out till we get that up. The good news here is just because the other map when we started I had problems because there was like this giant pack of rhinos and this giant pack of elephants. So I had problems being able to do much of anything just by the fact that there were such big groups of big, dangerous animals. I had to, like, kind of chase them away from each other to be able to hunt any of them. And then when they would eat, they would wipe out my entire farm in one go. Ambush Knight, accept honor. What do we even have here? So, who is our highest social? So, Kick here is. So we'll say quests, accept for Kick. That's fine. Keep on rolling in. All right. Cool. That's fine. Yeah, so I'll deal with that. You are upsetting spaghetti because unsightly environment. Cool, so that gets that out of the way. So the rice is ready to harvest. Who is our growing person? Our growing person is our cook. That is a problem. For right now, you help. That'll have to switch later. One nice thing is we have Boomalope, I think, tame it. I don't want them. I could just caravan them spot there. And just when they die, I can take the corpse. And because it's all water, it won't stay on fire. Hospitality for anyone. I have no food. So the answer is no for right now. I want to help you. I really do. And you do know how to make me curious about it, but you want to keep them here for a whole season and some change, and I got 33 raw food. Not even good food, just any food whatsoever. And that ain't gonna cut it. We are in summer. Alright, so let's get our research bench going. I don't know how we're dealing with wood. What I'm going to eventually need to do is make one of these fiber cord. Why are you sleeping out here? You've got a bed there. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, no, wood is going to be a big problem. That's the reason I'm not even bothering putting a priority on the stove right now. Is I'm just accepting I'm just not going to have wood. It's like building the handful of furniture early on we can. And then when I run out, I run out. So we'll probably get tree sowing fairly early on. I'm going to try to avoid the mistake I made last time. And we're going to get some stuff that grows quickly. So I'll take a bunch of these individual spaces and I'll make them trees we grow. I'll set them to automatically repair. You're upset because you heard the tree get all upset when we lobbed it down. We yelled very loudly, "Die." It definitely happened. Also, before I forget, we can go here, ideology, set down our spot there. We decide you are going to be the one who gets the moral guide because you're our highest social. So go get that knocked out. Because we'll need that. So we have a Sky Lantern party we can do. And the Advent of Justice, which is where we play drums. Okay. And you are on a schedule, and you can be done anytime, so long as I have the wood for it. Oh, you have to be on light support? That's fine. We can put that way out there. Which means I'm not going to get to do that. Because that'd be the easy way to get some standings. Yeah, we're going to have to grab tree sowing very early on. Probably even before complex clothing in this particular case. So we'll do our complex furniture. We'll probably go complex furniture, tree sowing, then stone cutting. Is what I think the order we're going to do. And then we'll start filling in the other stuff. I'm also avoiding the torches, because very genuinely I'm recognizing we're just not going to have wood to speak of. We are very quickly running out of animals that we can hunt without having them explode in our face. That said, I'm actually tempted to take the chance of blowing up the boom rats since they don't fight back and just putting out the fires. The boomalope, I think we leave alone. We'll see. We are getting food. And for right now, we'll just leave the steel where it is. Later on, we'll obviously want to go and clean that up. I want to make this into an actual defensive position later, too. Major break risk on a lot of people because you're ravenously hungry and desperate for food. We're butchering animals as fast as we can. That's fine. Terrifying hallucination because of food poisoning. Cool. The good news is we're about to start getting our potatoes up. And that should ride just this many colonists out for a while. It's just how far I'm going to have to run around to get all that stuff is not great. As long as we can keep us, there's not too many animals that if I hunt them, they're a problem. We should be okay. Once I run out of non-explosive animals to go, we'll kill the boom rats. The boomalope we're going to leave alone. And so after we mine this room out, we'll start getting the next room sorted. And I am going to have to pop the anomaly very early, which I'm not looking forward to because that's going to be a booger to deal with. But I'm going to need to get that power up as soon as we can. And that's going to be getting all the way to advanced anomalies to do that. But first I want to get the food mostly stabilized. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be I'm not an immediate meltdown. Extreme break risk because you're ravenously hungry and you have food poisoning. And everything else going on. Say weirdly, Docking Duff runs over there, pops one piece of fence, and then runs the whole way back. Docking Duff's probably gonna be the first one that's free that I can start having him attack those various things to give me just a tiny bit more grow space. Like that one here will probably give me 5, 6 more tiles. We can get 2 more tiles by breaking those. That might be 1, 2 more tiles. Probably another 10 tiles you can there. Yeah, no, we wiped yesterday. We had a pretty bad mech, psionic ship or whatever. It was like 3 or 4 lancers, like 5, 6 pikemen, 2 tessers, and I think a scorcher. And so it's just one of those things that I feel like I played the engagement mostly fine. The one mistake I did make was I'm not used to using auto pistols, and so they have a very fast from when you tell them to fire to actually firing, so I messed up my timing on that. But even then, that didn't go too bad. I think only one or 2 things got away. But that was like the big mistake I made during the engagement. But we had bad luck during the engagement of just, you know, we had 3-on-1 of just ranged enemies against someone with 15 melee, nimble, and a masterwork mono sword, and that person managed to only take down 1 pikeman for getting downed themselves. And so that was a pretty big letdown. But yeah, so I had the one mistiming, and I think we would have been fine if I had armor and better weapons. So the way like I'm saying I made a mistake in the engagement wasn't the actual. No, I'm pretty sure I was pretty sure you only got the 1. He was fighting 3 of them. I'm pretty sure I only killed 1 of them. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was just the 1. All right, so you're finishing that room. We don't need to slow this down. We can keep this moving. So we'll start going up here. So what I could do here is we're going to go ahead and plan for a nice big break room to be over there. This will ultimately be our hospital, but I'm going to temporarily use it as a barracks. For our bows, what is our bows range right now? A short bow's range is 23 tiles. Okay. So with that, from this spot, we want to go 23 tiles out. That's our temporary kill box range. So go over here. Something's not right there. What's not right with the spacing? Ah, I see the problem. I see the problem. I have this side reversed. Supposed to be there, 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 and then that should have a wall in it. Max can be rough? Yes, they can. I will ultimately have to put like a little section of wall here or whatever to force the enemy to go weave just so they don't shoot at from far range when they're like a lance or whatever. But that's fine. Like, gives Donkey Duff something to do. Meanwhile, we're continuing to open this area up. I'm gonna wait to build more doors until we get to like the barracks. The barracks is gonna need a door. We'll probably also need a door on the rec room so it qualifies as a rec room. Go for the yaks. And the alpaca next. Go ahead and ignore the turkey's probably fine. Stick to the big animals as first priority. Getting some potatoes up, that's good to see. Oh, right, because we have our this is a problem. Right now, Conrad's going to focus on the butchering of animals and the growing. And I just need the other one to be researching. If I don't have them researching, we'll literally just stalemate here and eventually die. What happened to the last one is we had a psionic mech ship thing dropped. And it was a pretty beefy one. Like I said, it was something in the area of like 2-3 Lancers, 5-6 Pikemen, 2 Tessers, a Scorcher, and all that kind of stuff, and we were still sitting mostly with like the auto pistols, and I think we had 1 Masterwork chain shotgun. And it's just there was 1 timing mistake with the engagement, which, you know, it probably did cost us an extra hit or 2, but not super awful. But it was more I misplayed the build up before the event, so when the event happened, I didn't have the tools I needed to really succeed. We also had some bad luck just in the engagement itself that we had a very juiced melee pawn who lost a fight they probably really should have won. Or at least done better with. But that's just RNG. But yeah, so like the beginning of the engagement went relatively okay, and then once the people got free from the melee one, it very quickly took a turn because a Tesser was just free to open up on people. Right, and you're dealing with food poisoning and malnutrition. So we start a new one, and this is a very interesting map. They're going to try and take full advantage of the defensive side. I can't take refugees. I'm literally riding this death fence of starvation real hard. So there's going to be helping nobody but myself right now. We're hunting as fast as we can. and just butchering. There's no, like, I've got 700 wood, but we're not getting more wood. That's all the wood on the map. We have purged the map of all trees, and there's gonna be no more wood. Mad Ibex Doe. Yeah, no, realistically, if I hadn't been so stubborn about the early game power, I probably could have had flak vests and or the assault rifles. Not probably having everyone hooked up, but at least having a couple people set up. All right. So for right now, where is our home zone? Right now, I'll make that home zone as well. Schedule home zone, everyone. Give them a chance to patch people up. Get that butchered. Okay. I knew you were gonna burn my crops. The good news is the burn where he's only able to, like, hurt 3 or 4 crops. Why are you ignoring me? Cool. Alright, so get to work on that fire. And all that. Yeah, we definitely need to get to the point where we are not... Okay, so that time we didn't lose anything. So that's good news there. Alright, and so we're slowly getting this all mined down ready. We're getting the rec room and all that mined down ready. We don't have very much construction skill or mining skill or any skill, so we're working on it. We do have a lot of passions, though. Yeah, and everyone's gonna be just forever angry about raw food. My fear is the moment I build a wood stove, that wood's gone. Because the wood actually doesn't go very far. Nope. We do not do butcher... Sorry, we do not cannibal. That is something I just don't feel like doing. Besides, we got plenty perfectly acceptable animals on the map as we speak. Do I... Do I just make a regular stove? Because we're gonna need to... We're gonna need to cook. The problem is I'm just foreseeing that we're just gonna run out of wood so fast. I guess it is what it is. Because my fear is we're gonna run into problems from eating raw food for so long that our people are just gonna constantly be mad and it'll be a problem. Forgot to move that stockpile as well. Who's our researcher? What's taking you so long? It's you. You're cleaning dirt. Oh, because you have cleaning as a higher priority. You research. I need you researching. You get a 3 priority to help grow stuff. But I need you researching for right now. Let's also make sure that we clear that home zone again. Alright, so we've got a recreation set up. We're starting to get this set up. This is going to be our rec room and all that. I do want to beeline... Yeah, we're gonna need the tree sowing early on. Like I said, I think the place I'll put tree sowing is along here would be pretty good. That's a good spot. Basically, a bunch of these little ones. We're gonna do the fast-growing trees this time instead of slow ones. They won't get me nearly as much wood cumulatively, but it will give me just a little bit of wood coming in constantly. Well, not constantly, but much faster. That's still gonna be really rough. Maybe along this bottom edge here, maybe that makes sense, because it's not a lot of tiles versus being able to shove a couple trees in there. I'm gonna have to make the stove. I really don't want to, because I know the moment I do, we're just gonna be on a wood deficit. Disturbing vision, that's fine. But with the amount of food poisoning I'd be dealing with anyways, I think we just have to. Like I said, I'm thinking literally our second research is going to be tree sowing. Then probably complex furniture. And then stone cutting. And I'll probably hold off on building most of the stuff until we have the stone cutting. So that way we can make beds out of stone and tables out of stone and everything out of stone to avoid wood as much as possible, since it's going to be a very valuable resource. Alright, and then we got the turtles and the hare. But unfortunately, we're getting more and more boomalope and boom rats on the map, which does not thrill me. Okay, Rec Room is coming along. Do you have the darkness meme? I do not. Right now, we have just the Prolicizer meme. I would want to take that, and I would want to take this as well. I don't think we can. War Merchant. Right now I just have the Prolicizer. I'm going to end up needing to go Tunneler, though, just to avoid starving to death. Because there's just so little grow space. Prolicizer is going to be a big one. Because hydroponics are powerful and all that. But it is those things that hydroponics just are so power hungry. Tantrum. You're just gonna throw a tantrum in the room. Alright, so take the knife, take the club. Take those worn clothes we seem not interested in wearing. I will grab all of the pemmican. You're not gonna let me grab that much. Grab all the pemmican we can. And everyone enjoy a little bit of pemmican. Please don't break the wooden doors. Please stop attacking the food. Please stop attacking the wood doors. Thanks. Okay, and that's going to be a bedroom, so I want to close that off as well. Please stop botching the construction with their very limited amount of wood. Okay, so that'll become a bedroom. That's going to be our rec room. Slash dining room, slash whatever we need it to be room. Complex furniture, so tree sewing. That's going to be our next go. Because then we'll start getting some trees along, like, I think this line here, that line there. Maybe we make these way out here trees, so that they don't, like, for running all the way over there, it's not something we keep doing. Because the food's starting to stabilize, that we're getting our stuff in. My big concern I have right now is all those boomalope. I can't really hunt to get rid of them. The boom rats I can, we just gotta be ready to put out the fire. But the boomalope can manhunter pack. Part of me is tempted to poke those with them nearby and let them deal with it, even though there's gonna be some pretty severe ramifications if they get wiped from it. I mean, we're not in a position to deal with it, I don't think. Keep running, Lardine. I saw an opportunity, I took it. And we'll just put all of them on hunt. Oh no, don't shoot across friendlies. Alright, well that works out. So that one's gonna blow up there. Oh, hey, real fast, put that out. That's meat. Surprisingly, they didn't take a bunch of fatalities for it. I remember when your characters weren't smart enough to step away to put out the fire. Meanwhile, we'll go over here and say zone, furniture. Okay. Cool. So we have rid ourselves of the boomalope. Yeah, I just saw the opportunity that Lardine is in the right place. I'm like, you know what? We'll shoot it. I'm willing to do this. And it worked out. We got ourselves some free meat for cooking. We might get some standings for rescuing their pet who got exploded on. Please don't shoot literally across the Mega Sloth. Please, like, you're stressing me out. You always want to shoot directly across dangerous animals. You just wait for them to peg the Mega Sloth all by themselves and just get demolished. That's fine. It's gonna take Conrad a mid to... that was theirs. Well, you know what? That's fine by me. Okay, so that's their wolf getting out of here. Please don't shoot across the Mega Sloth again. Okay, it's fine. Alright, so a lot of that's going to probably rot before we get to it, but we did clear everything out, so we should be able to keep the stuff growing here just fine. Yeah, we got complex furniture. Right now, I'm not going to focus on that too much till we get stone cutting, so we make it out of stone. And we're going to need to... Alright, so storage. Steel can go out here. Stop putting it in here. I want it back in the base somewhere later, but right now it's just taking over the entirety of there because we hit so many steel nodes. Which is a good problem to have normally, but is a problem at the moment. I don't have a second cook. And I've got you doing that. When you're not hunting, you help grow stuff right now. Alright. On the plus side, when we get complex clothing, we do have a decent amount of leather. Oh, that's not what you want to see. That's gonna hunt one of us before this is over. And a cougar is an animal that by itself can be a big danger. You wouldn't happen to have any horrible health issues, would you? No, just eyesight. If we're lucky, that cougar will go hunt something, get itself hurt, and we can take advantage of it and not have to fight in a straight-up fight. It's still probably a fight we can handle okay. It's just one of those things that if you get unlucky and you miss the cougar like 3 or 4 times, that one of your people could lose a limb. Alright, so grabbed all the animals we hunted. We're getting that all mined out. Yeah, so we overhunted with the boomalope. Which, like I said, my big thing was to remove those so they weren't eating our food, because they were one that, as you saw, they pack hunted immediately on their first shot. But because I had a caravan there, I could use the caravan to just deal with it. Meteorite compact steel. Hey, if you want to keep driving that, I'm genuinely curious what happens if you literally wall me in. So that steel could stay right where it is right now. But I'm genuinely curious if we had a second meteorite drop here and physically block it. I mean, the breaching rate would smash through the wall, but I imagine it'd start throwing nothing but drop pod raids and infestations in that. Alright, so... Naugh Gorge map? Yeah. People wanted to see a Naugh Gorge map, and I was down to it. Wait, how do you do a one-way gorge? I found one where the river ended on the tile. And when we looked at the preview and I saw it ended, we looked for one that was like a good-looking map that had that. So it is going to be like a little bit of a BS shenanigans, like straight up normal raids. We're going to go ahead and just have no issue fighting. It's going to be stuff like mech clusters that drop in, like the mech drop pod there is going to be really rough. If we get a siege raid, it'll be really hard for them to spot, find a spot to fit, but if they find a spot to fit, that'll be rough. We could have problems like with the tunnel opening up with the anomaly, like the last one where it opened up in my storage room and sent everything to be a spiraling mess. So it's not all good news. So it's kind of one of those things that 90% of things will probably be easier, and then those other like 10% of things will be absolutely downright awful. But that's true anytime you do like the silly maps. You don't think they can open up under Overhead Mountain? I mean, I don't know if our storage room was under Overhead Mountain or not. We definitely had one open up in our storage room, which was inside our mountain base. But I didn't think to look to compare to see what the deal was. Yeah, that's the boomalope going. That's fine. And then we'll start having our construction pers start smoothing walls, which will have them busy for the next century. Yeah, no, the pit gate was absolutely trolly. Okay, so we got rid of those sleeping spots, so now they're up here. And we're slowly getting what is going to be our defensive position filled in. Food binge, not my favorite. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I actually, like, after the fact, I think the only things we lost was, I think when the thing opened for the pit gate, it shoved all the items off to the side, furniture and everything. And I think the handful of tables and all that we did lose were because, you know, all the enemies popped out, and it took me a while to, like, pick through them all, that they managed to destroy some tables and whatnot. And that the tables they destroyed were the ones that were ultimately gone, is what I'm thinking happened. Alright, so we're making good progress towards getting tree sowing. And like I said, I think all of these little teeny tiny spots along the river, we're gonna make those our tree areas. We're gonna do the fast growing trees this time that give like not a whole lot of wood. It'll be very laborious, but I feel like we should do that at least until we start to get a decent reserve of wood, and then maybe I switch over some. How goes Digging Simulator? It's diggerific. But thank you so much for scrap code for the 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams without missing any, so thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, so we're getting our food cooked. We're just slowly, like, we're already burning through what limited wood supply we had. That's the reason I was like, I really didn't want to build that. But at the same side, it's like, okay, but having perpetual food poisoning is not going to do us any good. Hi, Pie Diddly, how's it going? Yeah, and then after this, we're going to go for stone cutting, because there's going to be no shortage of stone to be cut. Guarding people. I cannot take people. I appreciate they're like, we'll give you good medicine, and I do want the good medicine. But like, very genuinely, I'm barely riding the food. And we do actually have a winter on this map. So when winter arrives, we are going to have problems. Alright, so with this room is ready to start being smoothed. Which is what Donkey Duff is going to be doing for the next 1,000 years of their life. Is smoothing out the rooms to technically make our rec room have a higher aesthetic or whatever, and the bedroom have a higher aesthetic. Just to try and get our moods to not be horrific. The other annoying thing is the utter lack of light. No torches or anything, because those will burn through our wood. And I think we'll go down and put containment down here. Let me go ahead real fast. I'm just going to do this for my own... to spare myself from making mistakes later. There. Basically, I've marked the border so I'll know when I start hitting my limits. Alright. So what I could do with them getting that done is I'll make it 5 like that again. I'm going to widen it back up. Tree sowing, so that's stone cutting next. Let's take a quick look at my tree options here. So we're going to go to this zone. Here. Go to this zone. So we have our choice. We have cypress. Growing time 35 days. We have maple. Growing time 27 days. We have poplar, which I believe is the fast one. Growing time 15.05 days. Willow is 13 days. 27 yield is actually really good. They literally have the same yield. So it's looking like Willow is the contestant winner. So you're all going to be willow trees. You'll be willow trees. And you'll be willow trees. Just those thin ones along the line there. Keep the actual other ones intact for right now, so I don't cut back too much on my stuff. And my hope is that that will be enough to give me a slow trickle of wood coming in. Where I'll be at a net positive as wood, as opposed to slowly losing wood. Bunch of donkeys if we wanted more. Right now, those are just rot, so I'm not super worried about it. When they start working their way over here to eat my food, we can deal with it then. Oh, wait, will you... One second. Will you support this? You won't. How do I want to remedy that? So, like, right here, it can go that far before it runs out. And I got a couple tiles here. I think what ultimately needs to happen... For right now... And I'm going to regret this later. I'm going to put 2 wood columns there. I know that's wasting our very limited wood. But that way it doesn't collapse. If an enemy begins to hide behind here, those columns being wood won't have much life. And if they want to stand behind a column as the roof caves in on them, that's okay with me for right now. But ultimately, I think we're going to go ahead and put, like, 1 extra line here. Actually, you know what? We could even do that. That'll be our solution for this right here. Get rid of that line. Do this line. I'll fill in that side of the wall here. Yeah, I'm already going to just disassemble. That was a waste of wood. Yeah, if I do that, that should keep it from getting too narrow, so that it had to destroy the wall. Why not using steel pillars? I could. They should be unnecessary, and then we could go ahead and put, like, granite along here. Actually, what is this? The other one we got lucky in was granite as the main thing, so it's marble and granite. Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. Marble and granite is about best-case scenario so far as your materials. Imagine you will hunt the donkeys. The donkeys actually might be able to hurt you. Okay, so we are getting the willow planted. Let's have you start on the middle there. So that way you're not standing in the middle if you do go too far. So you have to keep going down this way. When it collapses, it'll collapse in the middle of the room and away from you. Yeah, so my plan is to basically fill in that wall. Keep these walls full, because it shouldn't collapse with that one, but I'll make it symmetric. Fill in this wall so there's no cover for the enemy to use. I didn't need to mine that wall out, but we'll wait till we have brick later to do that. The good news is we're getting stone cutting relatively quickly. We are getting that all planted. Lardine's actually helping with the growing stuff right now, which is fine. Yeah, so getting those willow trees down. Getting that room sorted out. And then what I was working on down here This will be where we have the anomaly containment. Cool. That'll be the anomaly containment to start with. So that right near our combat area as well. The hospital will end up being over here, I think. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point that I'm going to start poking the anomaly. I'm waiting to see what you do. Because I'd like to get rid of the cougar, and then I'm down to go back to hunting the donkeys. The good news is the donkeys, for whatever reason, are not coming over here to eat my plants. Wait, the other run ended? Yeah, we had a, the Psychic Emanator ship, the one that, like, makes sure people progressively matter. And we were trying to prepare for it, and it was getting worse, so we went, like, we didn't go into, like, a break cycle. Like, the moment it went to high, I'm like, I can't keep our people happy under high, so we went for it. And I had one timing misplay on it, but it was more the thing that got the colony killed, was I hadn't done enough prep beforehand. And so, when it got to that point, like, you know, it was already, I was on the back foot trying to make stuff work. We're switching over to steel for most of our stuff. Okay, so with that, we should start being able to carve out stone, which will be good. And this is being designed, like, right now it's not the right length, but that opening over there is the right length for assault rifles when we get there. I think light machine guns are pretty similar range as well. So it wouldn't bother me too much having a mix so that, you know, you have the assault rifles, Death Starring anything that gets in there, something tanky enough gets into the room. Cougar's hunting you? Okay. You are not close enough to get help. I may have messed up with you, Lardine. Start running, buddy. We'll get people to you as fast as we can. The good news is you got a really good lead. The bad news is it is faster than you. Oh, you got actually a really good lead. The foggy rain is not gonna help you though. Alright, so you're gonna get caught over here. So let's go ahead and get everyone positioned. Turn and start shooting. Turn and start shooting. Delete those. I wish I had more people already in position, but that's what it is. Yeah, no, you're still going to be able to catch us. It's going to be just a straight-up fight. Kill it before it gets a real injury in. Excellent, no injury, cool. Because the big concern is with, like, the cougar and that, is sometimes they'll get lucky and they'll put a hit and they'll just instantly take your eye or take a limb off. So we're going to hunt the donkeys. That way the donkeys can't eat up all of our food. Plus, they'll give us a little bump in our food in the short term. And if they run off the map, that's fine too. Oh, that's gonna spoil in 4 hours, never mind. Fall has begun. Someone else need to go orders. Smooth floor. This room. Bills. Make any stone blocks forever. Mad donkey. I mean, I said I wanted to kill the donkeys, so I guess we're just forcing that timeline up a little bit. I'm okay with this. Okay, so that should help out once we get those smoothed out, because that should go from having, you know, terrible bedroom and all that to not as bad. Oh, the other thing we need to do is get a storage room. I can just put the hospital down here. Yeah, let's put the hospital down there. And we'll just build a big storage room off of this area. Let's let it have at least a 2 thick wall over there. Okay. There's the donkey. And eventually I want to fight them in there. Yeah, we can put our hospital down here in the long run, because I'll put it right by the defensive position and everything. Cool. Alright, so you're gonna stay down. You took 1 hit. Not even bleeding, so we're good there. Shouldn't be able to get infected. Cool, that's good news. Tantrum, you are going to destroy the donkey corpse. That is honestly kind of messed up, buddy. Kind of understandable. You're like, you hurt my friend, so I'm going to throw a tantrum, I'm going to kick you a whole lot. But also kind of messed up. Oh, and storage. Blocks. No. And yes. And get those out of here as well, because then the enemy will use it for cover. We just did this. We literally just did this. You already sent a mad donkey at me. Cassandra, I need you to come up with new material, friend. Break. Tantrum. Kill the donkey corpse. It's Cassandra's very subtle way of trying to run me out of food. Okay, so you've almost got the kill box opened up. Now if we check... Yeah, so it ever so slightly overlaps that wall, which means it should be supported. Like I said, I do think I want to fill in that wall with granite brick once we get there. Just so we don't get roof collapses. And we need warm clothes. That'll... I mean, we're already working on that. I'm gonna wait to build that because we're gonna save our wood. This is called Gorge. And it's just, we chose a gorge where the river... Because gorge is any place you have, with the geological landforms, anywhere you have a river overlapping impassable mountain. If you go to one that ends on the mountain, it does end there. Which we just only learned that this stream. And I was like, oh, that's neat. Let's check that out. Okay, so you're cooking and butchering, trying to keep all that moving. Yeah, so we're gonna start trying to make a storage room. Who is our crafter who's not getting anything done? Right, because you're also helping grow stuff. Let's deprioritize the growing stuff on you. And we'll leave Conrite doing that. Compensated conflict. I can fight 1 drifter for 12 Glitter World medicine. 3 groups of Yetkin that'll be groups of 1 drifter. They're gonna almost certainly burn my crops. And I can accept it in about 5 days. My growing season ends when? It ends on the 11th of September. So if we wait to accept that till like kind of the last minute, it should pop up right as our grow season ends, and we can have them raid where I don't, like, they could burn my crops and the crops are gonna freeze to death anyways, so I won't be too bothered by it. So it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so we've got our first granite bricks. I'm gonna build a granite wall there. And granite barricades, so we have a defensive line. Yeah, geological landforms is a fun one. And, like, you look at this one and it's like, man, this looks like a much easier tile. And again, like I said, 90% of stuff, you're probably right. There'll be 1 or 2 events that'll be terrible. But, like, if you want a challenge map, like, in a lot of ways, the Swamp Hill can be a challenge map. It's the same thing where there's a lot of events, like straight up walk on rage, you have a strong advantage. Then you got stuff like Scary, which is another one that ends up being rough because there's just nowhere to grow anything. You have some of these other ones, like the Atoll is a really rough one because it's just, I mean, Atoll actually, that one looks not so bad, but Archipelago, where you have like so little grow space. The Sandbar is really low grow space. You have Badlands, which is another one. The Deserter can go fly a kite. Because it comes with a bunch of text, but the number of times I've had the Deserter show up, it's like, oh, they're an abrasive meanderist who's volatile, and you're like, just get out. Just leave. Okay, attacking immediately. 2 people with melee weapons. They are wasters. They are the ones who will burn my crops. So I'm going to try and meet them out there so they hopefully don't do that. If they burn these crops, it's going to be too little too late. I won't be able to do anything about it. But I can position myself at the rice. Cool, and we're across the river too. Or not. Okay. Well, you didn't survive to get here anyways. I was say, like, how dangerous are you? Ooh, you are actually kind of a nasty pawn. Please drop him. 20% moving speed? Yeah, we'll just walk away for a minute. Kick. You don't need to be a hero and go for that last shot. We got 20% movement speed, we can take all the time. Sorry, misandrist. My apologies. What are you doing? Why are you... Literally, I've filled you with shots. You're about to bleed to death. This is not the time to start fires. Yeah, misandrist, sorry. Basically, they're a bigot. I mean, too smart's not bad, but in this particular case... put that out. In this particular case, they're a waster and I can't get them what they need to physically live, so, you know, that is what it is. The point is, I've had a lot of times where the Deserter will show up and you're like, wow, like, I would have to go out of my way to make a worse pawn than this. Like, bravo, you have made something truly awful. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'd rather if I'm mispronouncing something like where it can be confusing and all that, it's fine. Like it's one thing if it's like nitpicky where it's like, okay, you know, there's a lot of times where people's like, you're mispronouncing it, but it's one of those words as like two valid pronunciations because like there's UK versus American English or whatever. Pronounce it differently or even different regions. And someone's like, oh, it's like, no, no, no. It's nuclear, not nuclear. Like that's those things, it's like, don't be petty. But if I'm just getting the wrong pronunciation, like the wrong word, that's a total other animal. It's aluminium, not aluminum. The answer is it doesn't matter. The real answer is it doesn't matter. Both are acceptable. Yeah, no, just different areas have different ways to pronounce it. Even within countries, you'll have the same word has different pronunciations. As long as you can convey the, like, people can understand what you're saying, it doesn't matter. Like, that's the whole thing when people get, like, really petty about words. It's like, hey, the whole point of conversation is communication. Did the person understand what you said? Cool, they have succeeded in communicating. Because I know people with immaculate pronunciation and vocabulary who they talk to you and like, yep, well, I still understand what you said, so you failed to communicate. The story behind the word aluminum is funny, though. I actually don't know what the story is behind it. Spelling is worse. Color versus color. Color, yep. Yeah. And, like, it's one of those things, like, a telegraph got wrong? Oh, that's wonderful. I can also completely and utterly see how that happens. Because especially if you're talking, like, new tech or whatever. So, like, if I was, say, explaining some, like, new computer technology that came out and I just sent the spelling wrong and then they ran an article, well, now that article is more popular than the initial discovery. Therefore, the article is what is right. Or you had the situation with the guy who created GIFs. And then there's like, well, actually it's pronounced GIF. It's like, it doesn't matter what it's actually pronounced. Because you know what it's pronounced now? It's pronounced GIF. Do you know why? Because that's what people have been doing for almost 10 years. And you can't just bring it back and be like, wait, I want to change it. It may have been your original pronunciation to begin with, but your absence of correcting it, that's just what it is. The SR Blackbird was supposed to be the RS Blackbird, but Nixon said it wrong. I hadn't heard that one. Those are the ones, and this is, it could be absolutely be true or whatever. Those are always the facts that you circle back, because especially if it's like an unpopular characteristic, you know, like an unpopular person or whatever, a lot of times, it's the same thing where you'd be like, you know, Abraham Lincoln said there's only, like, you know, never trust anything you read on the internet. And you'd be like, come on, man. Think that through. Or like the number of things that get misattributed to Einstein or Darwin or, you know, any of those kind of things. The last one, so we had the mech ship that drops down that slowly makes sure people get super pissed off at existence. And it dropped with it was 1 Scorcher, 2 Tessers, 2 or 3 Lancers, and it's something like 5 or 6 Pikemen. I don't remember the exact makeup, but basically it was a raid that was a bit thick. And because it was that, it kept you know, we managed to keep everyone from not having any mood breaks until it got to like its high level, and then, you know, I didn't wait to have mood breaks. It's like, I know I cannot keep my colonists from, you know, just about killing themselves in rage at this level. So I'm gonna have to, man, quit giving me dangerous animals. So we initiated on it, and it's, I misplayed the timing on the weapons because I don't really use the auto pistols almost ever. So I expected them to have a little bit more aim time than they did. So that meant one enemy that should have been locked down with EMP did not get locked down, but that wasn't too bad. We did have a Nimble Pawn with 15 melee and a Masterwork Mono Sword, who I was expecting them to get 2, maybe 3 of the mechs down that they were fighting because they're all ranged mechs, so they were supposed to tie up at least 3 while the others, you know, cleaned up the rest. Only got 1 down, and then everything kind of fell apart from there, because then we had a Tesser on the run. Well, I went to hunt those alpaca, and they immediately ditched the colony. Did you have rec up? I mean, I've got rec going on in here. Yep, this is the rec room. It's a very sad rec room, but it is a rec room. What we can do, though, is now that I'm starting to get that, so we can go and get ourselves a granite table down here. And we're using steel chairs because I have steel. I don't have much wood. And we can go to furniture in here. It'd be nice to make them out of marble, but, you know, I don't have that yet. Let's check one thing real fast. Yeah. I'm gonna make it 1 deeper so it lines up with the shelves, just for personal convenience. I'm really getting nervous about this food going into the winter. Because we're not even getting that many animals to hunt. And that rhino there is individually obliterating this rice field. And I might just have to accept I'm going to be fighting a rhino. I probably need to. Because that's a problem with the elephants and rhinos. They'll take an area like this and 1 or 2 of them will just wipe the whole thing out by themselves. We'll make this into our storage room. We do have 1 extra space there, that's fine. We can move shelves or whatever later if we want to. On the floor, in the dark, barracks and no bueno. Yeah, no, we're working on it. Yeah, so you're over there hunting that. Are these fully grown? Yeah, so the problem is I need people to have availability to do more things. And they don't. Because my cook and my growing person are the same person. Like, you've got 3 people who can grow, but one's my cook, one's my construction person, and one is my person who's hunting right now. So I kind of can't have them doing all those things. So trying desperately to juggle that. Make beds out of steel? Well, I'll make them out of granite here in a minute. Like, right now I'm trying to get the actual dining room up so we can have an actual table. And that'll help. Those can also be willow trees. Because one tile each isn't worth me worrying about for food. Yeah, those are getting close to ready as well. We did get another couple meals. The big thing is this rhino's got to go. Alright, that's gonna be a little bit dangerous. We're gonna try and take out that rhino real fast. Because if we don't do this soon... Okay, we hit it. Let's get you two in the front, so... Yep, chase them. Because you got a nice set of injuries now, so we can just keep you chasing. I'm surprised you're catching up, and I don't like it. Hit it more. Hit it better, Gooder. I was like waiting for the friendly fire right there. Okay. Lardine, please. Please hunt that thing before it gets back up. Okay. So that was important because that rhino individually could eat so much food, and then plus on top of that, that rhino is made of so much food. So it should go a long ways towards managing it. Because I also want to leave that cougar alone for right now. And honestly, a lot of these really tiny animals... Larding, get away from there for right now. The cougars will start hunting anytime now. And I don't want you there when it happens. Yeah, so let's just go here for men. Do not allow sowing. Because you're just around... I literally just said don't sow. You say don't sow. Around 30% they usually hunt. Okay. You may sow again. Okay, so just trying to... Okay, so that's got the break room online. So in the meantime, we can go to Granite. No, get that all started, so we'll get some actual beds in there. Alright, so need to commit if I'm going to be grabbing this or not. Oh. Alright, well I thought I had a second or two more, which is why I paused, but that's fine, whatever. It would have been nice to get that glitter world, that would have been good. I mean, also would have been nice because realistically at least one or two of them would drop medicine and or food, but it's fine, we already missed it. Aw, man. And a grizzly bear. So now we're getting animals that are a problem. And those buffalo will also eat all that. And unlike the rhino where it could pick it off by itself easily, those it's going to be harder to do that. There's a good chance we're going to be dealing with like the cougar and a bear and a bunch of other dangerous stuff. We're going to want to harvest that soon. Tame them and slaughter, you need food. The same thing that the last time that came up. You need food, and the RNG chance is very low, and then plus, there's a very high probability of them fighting back if you try and tame them. Where are you going to put the freezer? I can put it literally anywhere. If I want to put it back here, that's fine. Right now, we're way far away from having that. Oh, you meant the muffalo? I still need food. If I land the tame on, like, the first or second go, it's worth it. If it takes me, like, 4 or 5 goes, then I might as well have not bothered. That would have been better set off doing pretty much anything else. So you're not hungry, and you're not anywhere near me yet. We can let you plant stuff and try and harvest what you can. Because very soon we're going to have it where, yeah, very soon we're going to have it where they get those potatoes out, and if they don't grow in time, that's what it is. Alright, so we're getting the first of our rooms online. We haven't seen any uranium yet, so it's going to be just a granite door. Which is fine for now. And also, like I said, we want to fill in that wall. I'm not too worried about being wasteful with the granite. We're going to have no shortage of granite. I'm going to have literally thousands of granite by the time we're done and not even know what I'm going to want to do with it. So that's ready to harvest. I've got multiple people set to prioritize harvesting it. That's going to be a big thing. We definitely need to get one more person. And it's fine whatever they do, whether they grow stuff, or they craft, or they construction, or they research. Any of those will still let me make a person a 100% dedicated grower versus right now splitting it up. Okay, so good news, it does look like we are getting a harvest in before, because it's in 2 days is when the growing season's supposed to end. Alright, and the indoors is not hot enough. 40-something degrees isn't going to cut it. Oh, we have complex furniture. What am I doing? Yep, I can't tame it. Yeah, be quick about this. Don't sow. Just harvest right now. Literally, we're about to have all the crops die from cold. So don't bother sowing. Alright, so this is gonna be a real rough winter. And you need the steel for that. Prioritize working on that real fast, so you can queue up clothes. Okay, bills. So we will say pants. In this particular case, parkas. Button-up shirts. Hats and face masks. Do until you have one of each. Of at least 80%. The real problem is I'm going to need to get a sustained way of getting these. Which will ultimately probably turn into hydroponics. But that is a much later thing. How much have you rimmed the world? Well, that sucks. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Those weren't going to get enough time to grow in anyways. I have RimWorld at least twice. Perhaps more than that. Major break risk because you are entombed underground. Well, then go outside, buddy. You're allowed to go out. I wish with stuff like that there was just this person desires to go outside, and so for their recreation they would naturally make the decision to... You know what? Technically this is outdoors. Cold snap. Well, those crops weren't dead before, they're dead now. The problem here... is it is much too cold. And unfortunately, I am going to have to put a fire in this room. If we want to not commit die. Which does mean quite literally burning through our wood. Oh man. I need to get way warmer. Watch out for mech ship chunks. Yeah, also you... Don't worry about cleaning up this area. Don't worry about cleaning up that area. I will have you include that shim there just to repair the wall. Okay, so room is getting hotter. Not as much as I'd like. Manhunter pack of guinea pigs. We will fight them just because they're made out of meat. You weren't all supposed to bypass... Where are you going? It's like the guinea pigs panicked and were like, no, wait, just run on by. They'll never see it coming. That was weird. Sadly, only one of the guinea pigs didn't rot instantly. Oh, let's go over here. Hate to do that. Oh. Yeah, these two are going to be medical, just so they're in here real fast. I know it's not the best, but I am getting a little worried about that hypothermia. I mean, who are our doctors? Do your best with them. Because at least this room is not begging to die of hypothermia. Did you get an ending last night or a wipe? Oh, we got a wipe. We had a really bad, the mech ship part that caused your people to slowly lose their mind showed up. And we pushed it until it went to high. Didn't have anyone break or anything like that. I know I have one bed up. The problem is that room is below freezing just about. So they are going to slowly get hypothermia in there. And I'd rather them not stay in there all night. And I don't have enough wood to justify me having a bunch of these. So unfortunately, I'm in just kind of a bad position where it's just too dang cold. Hide in room, that's fine. And you only have 371 wood. You'd be like, 300? That's so much. There's literally no wood left in the map, nor do we plan. Meant for the other pawns? Yeah, I'm not too worried about that right now. I mean, I can assign them to it, I guess it's fine. I'm genuinely expecting to have to put them all in this room. Is what I'm expecting to have to do, is I'm expecting to have to get rid of the medical beds here, and literally just move the Arpons in here so they don't freeze to death. Because we are in a cold snap in the winter, and we're very early game. Critical hypothermia on who? Stop being down here and freezing to death. Go back in your room. Alright, everyone go back. You're staying in the home zone. Till the cold snap goes away, because literally you're just gonna die out there otherwise. I can't actually do that. We're already out of food, just about. But I literally don't have clothes that I can go out farther. I have to beeline out there just long enough to take care of things. Here, just for right now, just forget all the things down here. You're just gonna die of hypothermia trying to mine that uranium. What I need is people to run over here, grab a little bit of these supplies, and get us a couple more meals out of it. I'm gonna have to hunt. The problem is about the only thing over there is that cougar. And just running out there is going to put me into mild to moderate hypothermia. So we're just dealing with lots of problems because that cold snap is a bad time. Now, good news is once I get the cold snap out of here, we can probably run out there and at least hunt a little bit. But we already knew food was going to be the main pain point here on this map. The moment we pulled up, it was like, oh, food's going to be awful. We got a warg and a cougar. Okay, so Conrad's gonna sneak in here, grab the milk, hopefully bring it all back in one go before that cougar wakes up. Go haul that, because we can do that before the cougar wakes up. We can steal all the milk. And there's a good chance the warg and the cougar might fight each other, and that could be an opportunity to get them both knocked out and snag one of them, like snag them as another resource. Then we might try and do the trick we did with the Muffalo last time, which is I take my absolute worst shot at maximum range and throw one shot at the Muffalo so they scatter and try and pick off one by itself. There is like a calculated risk there that it can just go sideways. Yeah, it's fine for later. Royal Ascent has become available. Okay, so it's literally just the warg and the cougar left. The Muffalo are probably going to leave the map here. They already are leaving the map, so I can't go over there and do much with them right now. So we are in pretty significant food problems. But when these two duke it out, that'll be our opportunity to go after the other one. So the hope here is that they do a pretty good number on each other. And we can just mop up. That gives us a nice little bump of food. And then anything that shows up, you know, rabbit, turtle, muffalo, whatever, we pick on it. The big thing is I need this cold snap to go away. Please stop standing out here getting hypothermia. Alright, so tomorrow we run out of stuff, and the downside is we did have a new small huntable animal show up. It does look like the warg's gonna get hungry first. Let's see if we can pull a fast one. Run over there. We can probably hunt that squirrel real fast. Guarding someone I can't do. New raid, so Lardine, never mind. And what are you packing weapons-wise? Do you have black vests? How good of shots are you? I mean, okay, so they're both delicate. One of them is pretty okay shooting. So let's run our people back here. And what I could probably do... Oh, I need to make like a little pocket side room to have my melee and like if I want to EMP and all that get out there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I was gonna try and pick off that squirrel real fast so that the dangerous animals wouldn't have anything to hunt when they wake up. Unfortunately, that raid made that not really an option. Get over here. Yeah, I know it's cold. Just hang in here for a moment. If we're lucky, they'll have food for us. Make sure I'm actually behind cover. Well, they have slightly longer range than I do. So plan is straightforward. Go for him. Go for him. Where are you going? Get on him. Okay. So good news is we did recover. How badly did you get shot here? Not bad. And you didn't drop food. You dropped drugs. That said, I will take your gun. Wait, did it say biocoded? You suck. Alright. It was a biocoded gun. So very last Lardine, hurry before they wake up. I want you to run over there as fast as you can and hunt that squirrel. If they wake up, you need to get out of there. Well, actually, you might have a little bit. It's 30% that they hunt. And we have our doctor, so Donkey Duff. Never mind. The game is like, no, I see your strategy, and it's not allowed. The good news is that means I get a muffalo. I know, break risk, I understand. I'm trying desperately to deal with the food, which is why everyone's angry. Cool. So in that case, you hunt that. And Conrad is our cook, because of course our cook's the one who got hit. Are you... Okay, so you're not dealing with that. We'll grab Donkey Duff. Actually, Lardine, you've already killed it. Go tend to them right now. I just need them to not fall over. Okay. Before you go to bed, I need you to butcher that muffalo. I don't have any more time. By the time I get out there, it's gonna hunt, and then it might hunt me instead of the rabbit. Or whatever, squirrel. There goes the hoop thing? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not super burnt about the hoop thing. I only put it out there because they're like entombed. I'm really upset. I actually don't want it out there. Okay, so the squirrel is down, and it's eaten. That's gonna get hungry, and my hope is that the cougar will hunt the warg. I know the warg will hunt the cougar, I just don't know about the other way around. Disease infection on Conrate. Well, okay, so health. Use the best we've got. That's our one not garbage medicine. In the meantime, grab everyone else while we have a brief pause before that gets hungry. We're gonna try and run over here as fast as we can and get that Muffalo before it leaves the map. It may be that I shoot at it and it immediately runs off the side of the map. I'm hoping as well I can do it before the, so that the warg doesn't get involved. So, back off. So I know we're close. I'm trying to avoid getting the warg involved. Okay, is anyone else set up to hunt? Donkey Duff. Prioritize hauling that. Get it out of here. How much longer do you have? You're close. But that means literally the only animals over there are the two animals to hunt each other. So we should have them turn on each other. That should give me more food. Because with an infection, if I don't jump on that right away, then we run the risk of our colonists potentially dying of infection due to malnutrition. So butcher that. That is not helpful right now. You all suck at this, so let's give it a minute. They could hunt a colonist? Right, if one hunts a colonist by themselves, though, I feel pretty confident I can take that on. Okay, we no longer need to have them sleeping in here. I just realized we still don't have the other beds made. It's fine. And you're just bruised. Please stop running around. Okay, so you're at least eating right now. I need you to get your break before that rots away out there. Okay, so you're both up. How hungry are you? Okay, so they're both at the point... You're at the point of about to hunt us. But you're nowhere near, so it shouldn't detect us, but they are close enough they should detect each other. Like I said, my hope is that they will fight, and I'll be able to hop in and mop up whichever one's, you know, survives the fight, if either of them survives the fight. Get over it. Okay, you're officially in the range you will hunt things. Oh, a rabbit showed up. Of course one did. And you're gonna eat the whole thing. Party. Cool. That's certainly a decision. I need you to snap out of it, because you're... Oh my god, please. You're literally dying because you're just having a break. I'm gonna have to tend you without medicine. At least that was a surprisingly good tend. But with them not resting in the bed, they're not getting nearly as high of a rate of recovery for their infection. I also can't preach health them while they're in a break. But yeah, no, if one of them hunts my colonists, that's kind of the best case scenario, because I can just sit back here and fight them from an advantageous position versus going over there and just trying to make do. Would you get over it? Literally, you are your own worst enemy right now. At least you're sleeping in a bed again, sort of. Because if you don't get over it soon, we're literally out of food. Alright. I will... Because the good news is it's frozen, so at least we don't have to worry about that rotting. That should be enough where they don't cut down the tree. I know, people are starving. Still winning by a lot. I want to give that just a little bit longer before I try and tend it. Okay, you're over it. Butcher now, because malnutrition will finish you off. And it also denies them food out here to eat. I mean, you're going to survive, but someone else is going to have to butcher it. So we have 0, we have 1, we have 0, we have... Cool, congratulations. You're now the chef with your 1 cooking skill. Nice. We're not going to actually cook. I just needed them to butcher it. Please feed Conrite before anyone else. Alright, cool. Well, at least you're going to survive your infection. And everyone's eating. The Muffalo's already mostly gone. Where are you going? Please don't go out there. Right now, you're getting some dangerous animals. You're getting pretty hungry. Ah, you're just hauling right now because it's all you can do for the moment. Yeah, and our crafter is making clothes. That's fine. They'll help us with the freezing cold. Stupid rabbits and all that. It's lining it up perfectly, so the moment I would need to go out there and deal with it is the moment the next animal shows up. So I'm not getting that animal, and I'm not getting those dangerous animals out of there. We're going to have to hunt them. I'm going to wait till they go to sleep. And then when they go to sleep, I'm going to make the move on it. Where did your axe go? So go grab your axe, just in case. Stargazing, hauling chunks. Yeah, so you're about to hunt. You don't have much time left. You are getting really upsetty spaghetti due to being hungry. That's the last of the food right there. Okay. So, I'm going to send everyone over. I probably shouldn't need to, just in case that ward goes up. We're going to kill the rabbit real fast. We're going to grab it and run away. Yeah, potato plant died of the cold. I was genuinely surprised there were any left. I know. Everyone's angry. They're all hungry. Well, that is not how that was supposed to turn out. Get out of here before it wakes up. If anyone's still over there, you will be attacked. And my hope is now those two will fight. We'll mop it up real quickly. Because that's basically it for food. Oh, here we go. That wasn't as much damage as I was hoping for, but I'm going to take it. We are gonna go kill a warg. Hypothermia? Oh, come on. You're nowhere near. Get back here. Refuel that. How are the others doing? Are you all getting hypothermia? Thankfully, no. It's just you. Alright, so you'll be down 1 melee person. That's just gonna have to do. Because starvation is going to wipe us out soon. Okay. So all of you attack the warg. You get in position to be able to kite if we get some good hits on it, or to hold the line if we don't. That's a head hit. Alright, that'll do. so you haul that home. Sorry, actually take the... Yeah, that's fine. Haul those home real fast. So that should give us some food. I need you to get into that fire as fast as you can. I wish there was more warning when hypothermia is building up. That wouldn't wait till like you're already at serious before anything happens. Okay, so furniture. I didn't say it was gonna be a hard winter. Rest. You tend to them so they don't get an infection. You butcher what we got. We are going to kill any animal that shows up. Literally any animal that shows up will be attempted to be consumed. Because there's nothing else to eat here. Alright, well this is a real rough place is all I gotta say. This is definitely, we've got to get to the tunneler so I can get mushrooms going. Okay, so it looks like you're not gonna have a scar, so that's good news. Now, good news, we're also slowly fixing our clothes. That's what all this on the floor is about, is getting our clothing fixed so we can get outside. That's the reason why Stoka here couldn't make it, is they haven't gotten their clothes upgraded yet. Whereas the other ones do have parkas and whatnot. We didn't have clothes for everyone yet. We're actively working on it. Did you not just run back and forth outside till you die of hypothermia? There was a mod I used to have that would literally make it so the moment they hit minor hypothermia, they'd run back versus waiting for it to hit serious. Oh, hunt the alpaca first. They're much better. More meat on those bones. Alright, the one ran away the moment I opened fire on it. The other one looks like we'll probably get it. Okay, so we have electricity now. There's not going to be much we can do with the electricity yet. The question is, where I even move with the next one. We're going to need hydroponics early, but we're not going to be able to do anything with that for a while. Because there's really no opportunity for power here. Like, eventually we might be able to do biofuel refining. But for the moment, we're just going to be in a bad way. So let's see. We can go ahead and get the smithing up. We'll start working so that we can get, like, the guns. The battery's not going to do me any good. Like, we don't have a type of power I can keep stuff powered up at all. I got no room for solar, I got no room for wind. There's no geothermal. So my choices are, like, a burner. Where would I put the solar power? I got a tiny little spot here that can give up some growing zone for one panel. But that means any raids that comes in, it'll just get destroyed. I've got a little spot there and maybe there. I can fit two more. And again, they'll just get destroyed. So we're going to be an electricity-free colony for a little while now. So I could do it, but it's going to be just a waste of steel and components because they'll just get destroyed. I'll have to manage to put my defenses up there, and that's a problem. Which we called that out when we started. Like, at the beginning, I was like, oh, power's going to be extremely difficult to do on this map. Because this isn't ground, that's water. If we look at this, all that blue I can't build on. And this is my grow zones. So I have to give up what little food I have for power. And considering we're barely hanging on the food side. Can't you build solar on bridges? I actually don't remember. We'll have to look. I have to check if it was light or medium. I thought it was medium lift, but at the same time, I couldn't tell you the last time I looked. Nope. Medium requirement. And I know the wind's at least medium. Yeah, no, we're on a tile that, like, food and electricity are going to be hard. One thing I want to do is, once we're not on the desperate edge of death with our food, I want to get the anomaly going, because that's my plan for dealing with the power, is to lock a bunch of things in the basement and, you know, use their bone juice. That's interesting that you're trying to plant when it's 18 degrees out. I'm not going to stop you, because there's not a whole lot else you can do productive right now. And that does speed up your grow skill for in the future. And who knows, one or two of those might survive long enough to get to the spring and give me a slight edge on getting things grown in the next season. As long as you don't start getting some bad hypothermia. You actually might be good now, because you've got some clothes. What? That's a weird jacket. Actually, oh, you know what? That was the jacket that we stripped off that pawn that fell down. So it might be okay temperature-wise with the clothes for right now. Yeah, most of those are going to run off the tile the moment I start shooting them because there's no food. And sadly, if we're desperate, we can eat entities. But that makes your people real mad. I cannot feed myself, let alone refugees. So just hold your horses. That's going to be a bad time. We did get some more meals, though. Oh, there's a squirrel. Kill that immediately. Alright, I said I was going to wait, but honestly, I'm seeing this as, like, a desperation get really terrible food idea. So... You know... Because usually the first one ends up being a site stealer. It doesn't always end up being that. But the vast majority of the time I've done it, I've gotten a site stealer. Alright, the monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to touch. KKJ thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on it are dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. KKJ focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens, the shapes begin to flow into KKJ's vision. But the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around, a black shape forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yep, we're gonna keep pushing the button. I'll need to kill that cougar. It looks like our menu is going to be animals that are dangerous. Alright, so anomaly is triggered. That's great, Paul. That'll hurt a mood. As the monolith twisted and changed, KKJ is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway, barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, KKJ is convinced he can learn more if given time to study the monolith. Cool. That'll go great for us. Anomaly project. We're going to go for entity containment absolutely first this time. Because this time I actually already have electricity, so the plan is going to be to deal with this. I'm not sure if we can actually go down here and get back to making these rooms. But I'm going to try. I also can't really see what's happening with Grey Paul. But that's fine. Major break risk because awful barracks, observed rotting corpse. Impressive dining room and rec room are helping, attending a party. Yeah, so like I thought, all those things that are getting planted are just going to die every night. I'm still going to try and hunt. The big thing I'm going to have to watch for is when I go to send a hunting party out there to deal with that, since that's the far end. Let's not have them go alone. Because someone gets caught over here by a sight stealer. The worship terminal is a later thing. Harbinger tree sprout. We could shrink that zone just a little. Spare the Harbinger tree. You're going to be in trouble if you go over there by yourself, aren't you? Insulting spree on Conrite. Not feeling great about this. The very last Lardine is nearby, though. Or was until Conrite started insulting them. That's good. So you'll retreat in time. Lots of animals over there. Most of them are going to leave the map. And Conrad is a person who butchers stuff, so again, we're going to be starving in the meantime. Well, potentially starving. Keep waiting for a sight stealer to be revealed. Lardine, you know, buddy, I'm feeling a little nervous about you hunting there. Be on the edge of the map where you can get ambushed by a sightseer by yourself, and everything there that isn't that squirrel, which is hard to hit, if you hit it, you probably die. So maybe just go to bed. Well, these are decaying away rapidly in the water. It is a chance we could get the death pall, and that'd be a thing. That would be... Death Paw would probably wipe us right now. My chance of being able to manage a Death Paw is not promising. Because I'd still need to go out here and get food, which means dealing with the corpses again and again. Death Paw would be our worst case scenario. Even Gray Flesh would be better than Death Paw. Sight Stealer revealed directly in front of you. Try and drop back as fast as you can, Lardine. I was really hoping they'd go after... I don't know what you're doing, but I can go for it. So melee attack that. I can't see. I do always hate when games have effects that's like, my whole thing is I make it all gloomy, because it just means I can't see what the heck is going on. Okay, I don't actually have a place to hold you because I forgot to build... Actually, that door will count. But hear me out right now. This will be a little messed up, buddy, but we're really hungry. Like, really hungry. And so our standards for food are really, really not great these days. So I think we might just... Oh, here. I need to finish the job. There you go, buddy. Oh yeah, no, Grey Paw and Death Paw are different things. Grey Paw just gives you a minor negative mood debuff. I do need to hunt those squirrels. But that's going to be a thing we'll need to figure out. Crisis of Belief. Cool, I can live with that. Is that food already gone? Fair enough. We butchered the entity and everyone ran up and immediately said, we are hungry. I'm gonna need you to be, like, you're our best shot. We need you involved in the fighting. And you're also starving, and there's no more food. So we're gonna try to take down the cougar as soon as... I don't think I can wait for Lardine, unfortunately. Because with people actively starving, by the time Lardine's sorted out, it might be people start going down from malnutrition. So what I'm gonna try to do... Oh, you're up? Get over here. We're not going to wait for you to get here. But the goal here... Alright, we might be able to kite you. Don't run at me. No, it's probably not kiting. Don't hit the muffalo. Don't hit the muffalo. Please don't hit the muffalo. Finish the cougar. Finish the cougar. Yeah, nicely done. So yeah, so that's gonna definitely go down. So you just prioritize the cougar. Keep scattering the muffalo. We might be able to pick this muffalo off by itself. Think that's close or far enough. We might only get 2 if they aggro. Okay, it's just the one that aggroed, I think. Yeah, just the one aggroed. Okay, and who else can hunt? You can hunt? Cool, so that should give us enough food for a little while. There's not a lot of value in me trying to track down absolutely everything and kill it. For the moment, I need to get you patched up. And most likely those Muffalo will leave before I come back. But right now I need to get enough food that the people who are actively starving stop doing that. And you need to bandage them up before they get an infection. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Sad Wander, I'm totally okay with that. Start butchering. You remember how I said Deathpaw would be like the worst case scenario? Okay, change the plan. So go in here, storage, do not allow rotten. Just corpses, all of them. Donkey Duff. I said corpses, all of them. Why? I need you to refresh so I can actually move that corpse. Get out here. Get out here. Yeah, we're too slow. Oh, right, it's set it the other way. No, that was set. That was set. It was for fresh and rotten. We were set up correctly. So what I need to do is I need to run over here as fast as we can. You two, jump on the Shambler. You, grab this corpse. I need you to grab this corpse. Don't consume it. I want you to... Okay, here. New plan. Storage. Do not allow corpses. Grab that corpse. I don't understand. What? It says... Did I set the wrong thing? It's fine. It's fine. Grab that Muffalo before it has a chance to refresh. So just jump on it. Be as fast as you can. I need to get that corpse out of here before it refreshes. And then all of you schedule... Get back in here before any others wake up. Because if we get that in there and we manage to butcher it before it can get back up, we're just good. That's totally fine. Meanwhile, Conrite, for you, start butchering. I need you to eat immediately. Because you're actively starving. You're actively starving. Alright, and with that, close the door. It's off limits. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do right now. We're gonna have to kill these as much as we can, drag the bodies out of the death pall. We're gonna deal with that in a moment. Okay, so before you rest, get back to cooking. Let's cook those up so we get more efficiency out of our food. Because if we can drag those corpses in here, they can't resurrect. Well, that's good news. We did manage to get ourselves 10 meals out of that. I'm gonna let them recover tonight. And like I said, the goal is gonna be to pop out here and drag some of those bodies in here. Because if I kill one, I drag it in here, it should be inside and no longer eligible for the resurrection thing. I know, everyone's upset. I know, you need warm clothes. Yeah, I believe if we bring them in here, this is enough. They just need to they need to have a roof over them, I believe is all it requires. So as soon as kick is available, I'm going to try putting our 2 melee here with the range behind them. And see if we can't just pull them into the tunnel. This happened because we cracked the monolith open? Yeah, I mean, it can technically happen even if we hadn't done it. But it is one of the things that can happen when you do it. Like, this can happen whether or not you pop the monolith. It's just way more likely if you do. But I need the monolith because that's how I'm going to do my electricity, because there's just not really much of else available here. Yes, there's 5 shamblers out there. Most of them are going to be fairly weak shamblers, luckily. And you're basically fully recovered. Oh wait, that's right. You're still on a mood break. We still have some food. I'm waiting for your mood break to clear. Because then, like I said, we're going to deliberately try and bait the shamblers. Cool. Shamblers are sorted. Let's go here. Open the door. And we're trying to pull the shamblers in here, because once they're no longer out in the bad wet, or like out in the death pall, I believe they will stay dead. So I get the corpses in here, we can go back to hunting like normal. Because the good news is we've been eating basically everything that isn't rotten. Oh, well that... I mean, that kind of works, but not really what I was looking for. I was... What are you shooting at right now? Well, it's 2 of them down. That's... Disease malaria. Well, that's a dead colony right there. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to run out here. Honestly, screw the RNG in RimWorld sometimes. Come on, kill them quickly. I gotta get these bodies out of here. Okay, so what needs to happen here? Prioritize hauling. Prioritize hauling. Prioritize hauling. There was... Oh, there's the last one. I feel like I'm missing a body. Oh. I just need to get those inside. Then we got to get those 2 people patched up. And then we're going to have to hunt with whoever's not sick. Because with those inside, we should be fine. Don't tend. You're going to have to tend to yourself, buddy. So preach health you immediately. Alright, so luckily those 2 on the right are the ones you have to worry about. Sorry, that's not true. You 2 on the right, you're staying out of the fighting. You all, we're running over immediately and getting yourself another snack. So I'm going to try and run up really close to the raccoon and shoot at it point blank so we hopefully don't bring the buffalo. And then my other hope with that is that we'll scatter the buffalo. They're still too bunched up. That might do. Okay, it's just the one. Is it just the one? Yeah, it's just the one. The other one's just panic running. Okay, so with that, how bad's your injury? Ah, of course, it's a bleeding one. So you're going to get a low assignment for hunting, or for, cooking. So we're gonna have you run over here and start butchering. We do have a death pulse, so do not leave those bodies out there. They'll just become zombies. So you are going to haul that home. And then you'll get back and get patched up. Yeah, no, if I leave it out there, yes, it will get up. So my plan was to kill it, run over here real fast. I probably shouldn't have left it this long. As long as I get... Yeah, okay, we're fine. So I'm just trying to keep enough food, because between the lack of food and medicine, this malaria is looking like it's going to be real dangerous for us. And that's fine. You go to start cooking. Let's see, the rot stink. Oh no, those bodies are so long. I mean, that one might rot stink up there, but the other bodies are no issue. Rot stink is only when they're freshly rotting. Those were on the very cusp of gone. All right, death pall clearing. So do not allow rotten corpses in anymore or fresh corpses. I'll need to change that. Corpses go out here. Go here. Corpses no longer go in here, but do allow fresh stuff in there. So death pall is gone. So that's at least one blessing. Because now I'm just fighting malaria, which will kill a colony by itself. And I've only got one good doctor who is, of course, one of the people who has the malaria. That's how that works. Every single time. If you have a doctor in your colony and malaria hits, the doctor gets hit. Not really, it's RNG. It just really feels that way. Yeah, so you're looking good because we preach health you. You're barely holding ahead. I don't think we'll get a chance to preach health you because we preach health immediately. I don't think we'll get enough time to preach health again. Are you set to hunt? Alright, so you're trying to sow plants. Oh, nope, that one's got stink rot. Alright, Lardian, I didn't want you dealing with that, but get that out, because if we stay inside with that, it can get dangerous. And you've got a lot higher percentage on you than they do. They're both winning for the time being, but medicine is gone. Just straight up gone. Food is struggling. In the spirit of starving, you went and grabbed yourself breakfast. Alright, once Donkey Duff's back at it, we're gonna run out here and go for another Muffalo. It's gonna be tricky to pull off, because we're gonna need to deliberately miss it to scatter them again. I'm not seeing... Oh, no, you do have a little bit of stink to you. Thank you for the heads up. I wish I'd give you a warning when someone stays in rot stink for more than a couple seconds. Just be like, hey, by the way, you've got someone who's, like, effectively, actively dying right now. Yeah, so you're gonna be more than good. You're holding ahead by a couple of percent. So we will end up cutting those down. I'm okay with that. That's an 8.1% tend. That is probably going to kill you. Oh, that was an 8.1 yourself. 12% still probably going to kill you. But 8.1 on Larding might be okay since they already have a 20% lead. Meanwhile, we still actually have a decent amount of food. Oh good, we got ibex and hares, so I can avoid hunting the really dangerous things for a bit longer. Yeah, no, we got them out. We're good. It's clear. I also want to get those corpses out, but... Hey, if you're going for a walk, take the body with you. Cool. So we're holding up alright for now. We've got our food in place. You're okay. How are you doing? You're still holding ahead by about 3-4%. That's not nearly enough to make me feel comfortable. All the willow trees died from the cold. That's not my favorite. Oh, right, because we had a cold snap, not just a cold. It also could have been the death pall. Like, the Great Pall followed by Death Pall was maybe just long enough without sunlight they died. That's another thing that can happen. You're only about 2.5%, so you are losing ground. I might get enough time to do one preach health. You might also be okay. I really need the next 10 to be better than 12%. We don't have any medicine at all. So you had a 21% on yourself. I want that or better on the other person. Okay. I'll grab batteries anyways. I don't think that's gonna help us too much. Come on, come on, come on. 20 is still better. It may not be enough. You're only about 2.5% ahead and you're losing ground. The question is, will that carry forward? I think you're gaining ground? I really can't tell. It's close, but it might be close enough that it's fine either way. I think you're gaining ground. Regardless of, I think it's gonna take long enough for it to catch you one way or the other that you might, I can't tell if you're gaining or losing. It's very close. But that might be okay, as long as it's close enough that you're holding enough of... No, you're losing ground, but you're losing it extremely slowly. We will be able to preach health you at the 11th hour, if that's what it takes to get you across that finish line. You're about 2% ahead. I think you'll be okay, as long... I mean, that's fine. Medical emergency, yep, I understand. We still have food. Yeah, you're gonna make it. It's just barely. You'll end up about 1.5% ahead at the end. Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna be about 1.5% at the end of this. Look, man. I mean, that is alpha beavers that I can eat. I like eating things. Okay, so you are immune, so you get to live. That was uncomfortably close, though. Please, please, don't shoot there, please. Hey, don't eat my food. It's mine. I hunted it. Get your own. We are working on the holding spot thing. Alright, so that one will die and we'll get it. Hi. That a sleepy wifey? Just like, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have been sleepy before.
No, not actually.
Okay, so good news, we're getting all our stuff planted again. Some of it will probably still die of cold at the night, but we are at that point where I'm likely to get some each day. Cool. So I think we're okay for a little while longer. I want to say, doesn't the grow season start like the very first of the month or something like that? Yeah, it's the first of next month. So there's a good chance we are at the point with anything. Never mind, they're still dying. I was say we're getting pretty close to the point where they'll stop dying at night and all that. But at least they're not dying rapidly, like the big, like clearing the whole field kind of freeze each night. But this is going to be the hardest year in the game. We're going to have to be very sparing about taking new colonists. If I take a new colonist, I really need for them... I mean, I am going to mine that spot. I am going to need for them to fill in one of the responsibilities, so we're going to be very, very picky on our first round of colonists. Yeah, and we're getting our rec room and all that to be properly nice. Focus on the big animals for right now. Okay, and with this, we'll go down here, granite wall in that spot. Actually, do we have uranium? I think we had uranium. Yeah, uranium wall in that spot. It's all good. I don't think anyone heard it. And one thing we can also do is miscellaneous spot. We can set up so we can psychically link or meditate or whatever is one of our things. If I do get a pawn with... Usually what ends up happening is if I get a dedicated pawn that I end up using the psychic stuff with, usually that ends up becoming a endless being able to build up our psychic powers kind of thing. But it just takes time to do that. I need to get these shelves built, which means I do need to get the other stuff. I'm trying to see if I want to change the way these are organized in the middle. I think I am. It's going to probably give us even less shelf space. But it's just one of those things that this is bothering me too much. Actually, even different plan. What I'll do is I'll add like really small shelves on the end. And that could be where we put like EMP and such like right on the end where they're easy to grab right by the front. Okay, so the food's coming in, that's good. We're getting tons and tons of fabric. So pretty soon they're gonna run out of stuff to craft there, which will be good. For the moment, they're not getting quite that far. Alright, so there's the battery research. We're going to want the air conditioning for the freezer eventually. It's like right now I'm just grabbing random researches to keep things moving. Meditate next to the corpse tree? Yeah. I'm debating putting like a really tiny zone. Data drone hack, don't need that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging around. Doing all that good stuff. Let's keep the revolving door of animals coming in. I'm overhunting. I mean, that one's already injured, so we'll just keep it on hunt. But I got too much meat in here, it's gonna spoil. So let the others sit there for a minute. Wait till we start getting low on food again, and then we'll do more. We hunted too many of them. Probably only one too many, but that's still fine. We might actually be okay, like, after I do a couple of meals. They might cook up a lot of the rest of that, we'll see. So those containment rooms? I'm working on it. We are actively researching entity containment so we can get the proper ones. Technically they're all behind a door, so if I close the door, it still will count. Transport pod crash. Are you someone I actually want? Alright. Gourmand is probably a death sentence here. No. It's a shame they died on contact. Do you have good clothes? I'm not gonna go over there. It's a shame they died on impact. Real big shame, that one. We did get a little uranium, so for right now we can go structure uranium doors. Because those have a higher durability rating. For better containment as we get to more dangerous stuff. That's fine, get madder at us. Don't care. What are you coming after? Yeah, so cut down that one. I'm only worried about keeping the one tree for right now. Yeah, so we'll lose some of that meat. What we can actually do is we're gonna have them cook it, because that'll last, I believe, 4 days, whereas that meat is gonna only last so many hours. So we might as well cook it to try and extend its life. Cool, so we've got the really hardened doors already. So once we get the entity containment researched, I'll be able to put down the better containment in there, and they should be able to hold them for a long time. We've got most of these rooms all smoothed out back here. We're still waiting on more brick to be cut, which is just a matter of very last Lardine is our crafter, and also dealing with everything else. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that door closed. When we get that door built, we'll hold that door open. I really look forward to when we get Tunneler and I can bring the food in here, because right now with that out there, every raid just sets it on fire, and I have to either just let it burn or try and intervene where we can. So Lardine, let's actually deprioritize that. Get you to crafting. Conrite is juggling those responsibilities right now. It's probably not enough. Well, that's definitely enough to make more. Bills. Go ahead and make one more round. Just because it's about to rot anyways, I might as well get as much made out of it as we can before it goes. Okay. So once those meals start to run out, then we'll go out and hunt more stuff. Okay, so how's everyone doing? Impressive dining room, impressive rec room. No comments on the barracks yet, which is not super unexpected. We did lose a tiny little bit of meat we couldn't quite cook. That's fine. We do have a colonist idle. And I did mention if we had a colonist idle, the first thing to do is going to run them over and have them start breaking something. So congratulations, you took a break. You get to go and smash things to give me a little bit more room to work. Which durable is that thing, you're going to be basically angry by the time you're done. Which is a you problem, not a me problem. Okay. Air conditioning. We'll go ahead and get plate armor queued up. That way later on we can get the flak stuff. Because I'm going to, as early as we can, get, like, the stuff for the flak armor and the assault rifles and all that last time I just didn't prioritize, and then later on got to be a bit of a pain point. I'll let you get that to about halfway. Yeah, you go take care of yourself. But the good news, we'll slowly get that cleared up. That'll give me a little bit more grow space, all that. Oh, leave that door open. So you're starting to get some brick cut again, so that's good news. We're getting brick cut. Oh, there wasn't an unfinished clothes. Okay, that's fine. You have tattered apparel. What apparel is tattered? You have a face mask that's tattered. You have a hat that's tattered. We've got more than enough to do here. I guess they're just not ready. It's fine. Yeah, so everyone's still making clothes. Right, so we deprioritized hunting on you, so we should be able to go in there and say, hey, go back to hunting. But only when you don't have other stuff going on. Studying the monolith, sowing the area. So yeah, so we're getting everything growing, so we should hopefully get wood back soon, because our wood is getting pretty close to failing. We're going to stop putting any fuel into that fire. Because it's about to run out there. Lock those open. Priority low. Because we can let them stock up that shelf real fast. And then we'll be able to take the storage out of this room, so I stop taking the mood penalty for this room being a mess. And everything's sewn out here, so that's good news. Stop hunting the little animals, just worry about the one stallion. More than likely that'll be enough food to carry us over till we start getting... Well, actually, probably not. Basically, we're going to start slowly working our way on that food. And we should be able to get ourselves in a pretty good spot with that. And then by the time the next winter rolls around, we should be in a relatively good position to not need to do anything too silly just to keep it going. And they are going to slowly keep cutting more and more brick. It's going to take a while before we have any meaningful amount. And luckily they got hauling online, so they're going to get the last of that all moved over. And like I said, once this area is cleared of stuff, I'm going to delete that stockpile. And then eventually this will also need to be smoothed out. Which is those things, because we have to wait so much on other things, like getting brick cut and all that, I don't mind just telling them to smooth that. That's interesting that you went over there for the steel as a higher priority. I'm okay with that. Yeah, there's too much steel out there. But as they build the shelves, that should give me more leeway. And I don't think I mind making this room unreasonably large. Let's add a column there. That way if anything happens, it still holds up so I can expand that room. Okay, so you're clear. So delete that. This no longer needs to be an ideology room. So we can go over here for right now and just chuck that in the middle of here. Now our two things we can do is we can do a drum party on the correct dates. That's not going to help us right now. If we get wood in, I could do the lantern party anytime, but you know, wood is a very precious commodity for me at the moment, so that's not going to happen right now. Okay, I am going to need someone hunting. Is there someone I want to prioritize hunting? Honestly, for right now... Oh, wait, never mind. You don't have a ranged weapon. I really don't want Lardine to keep doing it, but I'm going to have to. Because we're running out of food again. And we could just literally tear into everything here except the boomalope. Let's prioritize the stallion again. So that's gonna give me the most food. Oh, and that door should be secured open. So everyone doesn't take the penalty from going through a really big, heavy door. Right now, let's bump them up to hunt as well a little bit more. Because I don't really care who hunts. Just that some hunting gets done. So grab the machining table. Okay, so we got entity containment. Bioferrite extraction will be next. So go down here. Anomaly, entity containment, shove them all in the back corner. You Matt, which was this one? It's still gourd. We just chose one that the river actually stops on, and it has this cool, like, it's not two different sides. I didn't actually read that, and that's still not what I'm looking for. It is you. Kid KJ has had a breakthrough in studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where it connects to. Kid KJ is convinced that by studying more anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. Yay! Let's poke the dangerous thing. Yeah, don't leave the map. Don't leave the map. Let me shoot you to death. Yeah. Alright, now I'll just hunt the others because any food is edible. Okay, so we got for the next anomaly things that get in here. We can get tables to study them on, so that's good news. Starvation. Luckily, we're already dealing with that. Prioritize cooking before too many people try and eat the food raw. Okay. Good as we're gaining cooking skill. So I'm probably going to need to kill that boomalope for a little extra food. Wanderer joins. I'm going to accept them because otherwise our people will get mad. Psychically hypersensitive sanguine. You are able to cook. So if I put you on cooking, that frees you up for growing. So normally, I'm not a huge fan of bringing in Yetkins. They're good combat people. They have really good handling and all that. Or sorry, animal handling and all that. The big problem I run into with them typically is just the fact that they end up getting themselves like just all sorts of hurt and all that. Sorry. They go and they have the, what's the trait? Aggressive. And so they get into, like, lots and lots and lots of social fights, and ultimately, I get to the point of genuinely just being frustrated dealing with it. So that said, they are going to get to stick around the colony, because that actually fits the criteria, so that'll be Randall Thor. Alright, so let's go ahead and check your schedule. Get your recreation in there. We are going to need to convert them. And everything else should be fine. But yeah, like I said, they're going to take over cooking, which is going to let me put Conrite more heavily dedicated to growing. So that makes Conrite our grower, Stoka our mining person, Donkey Dog for construction, Kit KJ as a researcher, and then very last Lardine is going to be, right now they're hunting as able, but otherwise they're our crafter. And eventually we won't need to hunt nearly as much. I'm sure there's ranged weapons in there beyond what I'm seeing, but I cannot see. There's the Pila. I thought there was more bows than that. It's fine. So now I've got a dedicated cook. And once they finish cooking that meat that they got from somewhere, we'll go and begin a conversion ritual. So there's about a 20% chance that we just instantly convert them. And about 50-something% chance that we somewhat convince them to our cause. And all the rest % chance that things go wrong. So it's like 20% chance things go wrong. Good. Things went wrong. Excellent. That's fine. Okay. All right, so let's bring everyone over here, because this was opportunities where I could scatter the muffalo and get ourselves a quick bite. So the way we deal with that is I'm going to run up to the rats and I'm going to shoot the rats at close range. It'll upset the muffalo that I'm shooting nearby them. We should have a relatively low chance of having anyone hit it. Okay, I mean, good on you. I was hoping for a couple more shots, but you know, that's fine. Alright, so they're scattering. Like I said, my hope is that we'll get one or two of them separated out. We can pick them off, and that should give us enough food for a good while. Three is still a decent number to pull. I'm gonna hope... Who is our worst shot? 6, 15, 4, 6. You are gonna go for the one in the back. I want you to miss. Good job. Do it again. Good job. I want you to actually scare it, though, instead of actually... Okay, you hit it. It's fleeing. Alright, stop firing for just a moment. Because 3 of them all going Manhunter is still pretty bad. I really wish you wouldn't flee as a pack in this case. They don't normally, they usually scatter. Gotta take my chances. Okay, looks like it's just you. No. No, it's all 3 of them. Alright, get ready to fight. So focus fire this one down first. Focus fire the next one. Okay, so we did get some decent banging up. You got a brain injury from friendly fire. Well, that's really bad. I thought we were close enough that the friendly fire wasn't a concern. Wait. Oh, no, I misread that. I'm sorry, that was the muffalo. I was about to be like, how did you friendly fire? You're so close. We did lose a pinky toe. So we lost a toe and we got a little beat up. But we secured food in the meantime, so that's at least something. So you start tending to them. You start tending to them. Yeah, so we lost a toe. And otherwise we got somehow got our eye crushed, but it's still intact. Oh, right. You still need a bed. My bad. So the good news is that secures our food for a little while. Hopefully until we start getting our potatoes and our rice and all that in here. The downside is our stove is just about to go kaput on its fuel. And until those trees we planted grow, we're getting none. Those are relatively fast-growing trees, though. I chose the ones that had the quickest grow time I saw on the list. Yeah, it's still cold enough we're not getting much in the way of plant growth and all that, so it's slow going. Yeah, so you almost got those rooms done. Are stone chunks in water? Yeah, they don't decay in water though. Like the one that's damaged there probably took a shot. Like, I'm not planning on keeping them there, it's just I needed them out of the way, and that's where I put them until we got the stone cutting. And now it's a matter of trying to keep everyone's clothes going. Yeah, no, the muffalo body will take some decay if it sits in the water too long. If it sits there for just a brief time, it's not enough to matter. It's basically you wouldn't want it to sit there for, like, the better part of 2 days or whatever. Alright, so you got a raid that's going to attack immediately. They're impids, and they're all going to run in. The good news is none of those are vital organs or anything like that. And as much as I want to have them run all the way to my position, I'm going to meet them kind of halfway. And the reason I'm doing that is just because my concern of them lighting my entire fields on fire and dealing with that garbage. Like they're doing right now. Gather up. As much as I don't want them to burn the fields, me piecemealing 1 or 2 people at, like, running all my people in. Nope, keep following me. Trying to rally everyone. Melee team, get in there. Same deal, back off, force them to come to me. You just took a bruise, right? Yep. So run up, same deal. That's a loss. Go haul the body back, so at least you get the muffalo. But that, if I try and put it out, it's just gonna be too little too late. I'll just be fighting the fire into tomorrow, and I'm gonna save like 1 plant. And they're fairly early growth, so it's not even worth me investing time. Oh, actually, we got saved by rain. That's even better. Thank you, Cassie, for being kind for once. And not just burning all my stuff down. That's the big reason I need to get our stuff growing inside here. If we don't get that every raid, they're gonna run up and start burning those. Game took temporary pity. Considering literally my first year, it cold snapped me after everything else in a map with no food. You know, I'm glad it showed at least some level of pity. Are there voids inside the mountain? There could be. Like, we go here. I can grab this, and if we see it change the icon, yep. So there's an ancient danger up there. Yeah, so you can tell there's an ancient danger in this area because you can see the icon change. Because you'll notice the icon changes in hollow spaces. Yeah, so it looks like there's just one ancient danger. If you have cave systems, they can also be hidden in there. With the mini-map thing, when you're out here, that is one thing... Wait, where am I? There you are. That is one thing with the mini-map, is when you click on this, it will show you if there's a void there. I know I'm behind it. It'll show you if there's areas off to the side. So, like here. So it is an unintended, like, kind of cheese that gives you. Versus you might go to a map and be like, oh man, that looks great. But without the mini-map, you chip, like, one block in and realize the other half of the mountain is just wide open. It's where you thought you had the whole thing. Very solid mountain? No, when you're dealing with the geological landforms thing, or a map that doesn't have caves, you won't see very many. If you choose to get rid of caves, like super low % caves, you'll have more solid rock, as opposed to big pockets in it. You can still get them. But yeah, that's because of the geological landforms map, not a vanilla map. Void Curiosity, I'd love to help you, but we're still researching, so you know, I can't do the thing you want me to do. Alright, we're officially, fully, completely, 100% out of wood. And you're cleaning dirt, so I'm going to have you do instead is go bang on that some more. Because I can make this grow zone just a little bit bigger if I get rid of that big chunk. Hey Zariad, how's it going? And cleared. So I can go up here and go expand. Yeah, it's about 6 more tiles. I thought it was more than that, but, you know, 6 isn't that bad. Now the big downside is until we get our plants grown, we very genuinely have the problem of meat doesn't stay good long, and I can't cook it without wood, and we've run out of wood, and there's no more wood left on the map. We have planted trees, and we planted the ones that grow relatively fast, but relatively fast is still pretty slow. We don't care about that one. Major break risk on Randall because everything they believe in is counter to our ideology. So we're gonna work on convincing them that, you know, they want to be one of us. Looks like a tunnel? Yep. Yeah, no, this is just a style of map. This is called a gorge. We just chose a gorge that was like at an end point. And so we got this really interesting, ridiculous cave map. The downside is, like, it's actually been very hard at the beginning because there's just that little teeny tiny bit of grow zone is all we've got for all of our food. And also all the animals that are dangerous are bunching up on the end, so I have to be kind of careful about how I hunt. If we can get the boomalope to leave my food, I'll probably shoot it because it's eating my food before I get a chance to get at it myself. Forced descent on the shuttle. We'll probably do that here in just a minute. Don't hit the rhinos. We'll have you walk right up to it. Start shooting it. Just making sure when you hunt with all of these things that go Manhunter if, you know, on chance on hit, that we just don't have, like, a Mega Sloth or something pop in here. You know what? Honestly, that's low enough it'll just bleed out. We can just leave it to doing that, especially where it's, like, panicking and wandering right now. Cool. Started hunting, immediately went into a daze. It's fine. The trees keep growing and we keep cutting them down because they keep taking our field. Major break risk because everything makes you mad. Dread leather sash. I didn't make the sash. You arrived at that dread leather sash. So don't whine at me about your dread leather sash. Like, if you're gonna be upsetty spaghetti, drop it. Alright, so I will take for now the Goodwill. That's actually... I mean, it depends on what shows up. If it's a melee group shows up, that's not a bad position. If it's a ranged group that shows up, they actually get decent cover to shoot at us from over here. Let's see, why am I wearing a Dreadless Sash? Because you clipped a mag and you stole it and you hate it. Can't wait for a generator? I know. And it's not gonna be anytime soon. It's just one of those things that there's no good power option here. So they're all melee, your Yetkins and all that, so that's Edakines, whatever they're called, I don't really care. That's not great. Go behind cover. You running up that far is a problem, so back off here. Because I'm just gonna accidentally friendly fire them. And I don't want Randall Thor doing that alone. Because if I friendly fire them, I have a chance of making the Empire hate me. And there's a chance they just win this fight with between their armor and having charge rifles at close range. Plus, low-key, if they fall down, I might be able to rescue them. And even though most of the time they're, whatever the thing is where they're... Would you get over here, other people? Also... Like, shred them because they might have food for me. They doesn't, but you know. That's fine. Orders. Allow everything. Get it out here. Cool. And we can deconstruct that. Actually, don't deconstruct it yet till I need components. But we can deconstruct that. Because I'm low-key wondering if we keep having these meteors and all that smash in, if we could literally, like, block things out. And have, like, this weird, we've just dumped junk in the front defense. Stop keeping well... Stop keeping human-like corpses here. I'm gonna go over here and say, hey, dumping stockpile. Cool. Storage. Human-like corpses go there. I can go here because I don't want you to bother putting out any fires or anything over there. Cool. That was good that this like did one insult. And that's all the farther. Did you even do an insult? You didn't even get an insult in. He started insulting spree and just like, I'm tired, and went to bed. I usually don't get that lucky with the insulting sprees. Usually they do drag on for days. Not literally, but they drag on until someone's got, you know, a stack of 7 or 8 insults. Alright, so they're about to get our rice up, so that's good news. Get everyone ready. We got a Muffalo who wants to die. If you eat the food, you pay the tax. And the tax in this particular case is literally your continued life. So you should have thought about it. Oh, wait. This is actually good timing. Hey. Don't get out of range. I need you to die there. I know, Major Break Risk Gunlardine, probably sleepy and hungry. Cool. So don't hunt it right now while everyone's standing here. Cool. And we dealt with that, and we're good. So I'll give us a little bit more food. Now it won't be eating our rice constantly. Oh, stupid thing. All right, hey, Donkey Duff, haul that out of the meat-eating tree real fast. And you need help. You have a person who wants to show up. You won't help me, but you'll give me a telescope or recon armor. We are about to start getting food, and I do have a lot of edible things on the map. We don't have an amount. I'm gonna take... Ooh, do I even have someplace I could put the telescope? Not really. So I think I'll take the armor. I want the telescope. I just don't think it's gonna happen. So schedule. You're visiting for a little while. I didn't bother checking to see how long. 7 days, that's probably fine. I hope you like raw food, because you know what you're eating? Raw food. What else is on the menu? Absolutely nothing. Look, Rhino. I'm really having it up to here with every animal beelining for my little bit of food and making me have to kill them so I can continue to eat at least one more meal before I die. I also don't really want to poke a rhino, but this is what we're gonna do. Alright, I want to see, like, bad back, you know, hurt leg. It's not enough mood penalties yet. Stun him, finish it before we get gored. Yeah, no injuries for me. Cool. So on the plus side, that's more food. On the downside, we can't cook our food, so everything's just raw and our people are getting really upset about it. The trees are growing, but unfortunately they're not growing nearly fast enough. We did get the faster growing trees this time. More raw food. Yup. Why eat what you want when you can have something awful? Go away, every animal on this map. I would kill it, but like, I'm already full up on food that's just gonna rot anyway, so I don't want to go out of my way for it. Like, that's low-key one of the big pain points of such little grow area. Is the animals are just continuously eating anything I grow. Now, good news is it's becoming an unexpectedly good way to separate them out to do that. That's pretty much a tagline of every crash site you've ever heard of. Probably. And you're upsetting spaghetti because you're food poisoning. That's fair. Oh yeah, you don't have a bed. I'm trying to work on that. But Lardine is too busy trying to keep clothes coming in. That, you know, we're just struggling to keep that up. We're getting pretty close to getting everyone their clothing. We'll get more brick cut. Yeah, I need you to go to bed. Also, if you're literally starving levels of hungry, just eat something. Don't just lay there and be like, I am pure, unadulterated rage because I'm hungry. It's like, eat something. No, I just want to be, you know, rage. I made you make the wood last that long? Yeah, no, but that was deliberately because we weren't building doors, we weren't building the furniture out of it. Like, I literally didn't use it for pretty much anything but heating when it got too cold, and then cooking. No food, just anger. Yeah, so you should be relatively fine once your recreation gets sorted out. Alright. So we got the jackets, everyone's getting their button-down shirts. We're slowly getting the pile of stones out from the front door, we're getting the steel carried in. Slowly cleaning things up, slowly researching the monolith things. And once you eat something... Visitors. Alright, before we worry about the visitors, the food we have in there is gonna rot soon. It only lasts for 2 days if it's meat. And it lays out there. So I've got this muffalo laying right here by its lonesome, which is perfect for me to just pick on another muffalo real fast. So let's get ourselves a little bit more food in here. Keep that going. Keep it from eating the rice. Because if I pull up the rice, At least the rice lasts for like 30 days before it rots. And you happen to be my best for one for trading. Alright. So take the knives, I'm not gonna use them. Take the drugs, I'm not gonna use it. Take the tribal wear. Give me the pemmican. Flame bow is a potentially really dangerous option. I don't think we do the flame bow. Okay, so we got ourselves a little silver, a little pemmican. That'll do. Now somewhere in... Yeah, so you can go in here. Grab one of their bows, it'll be better than your Pila. We definitely want better bows. I just don't have wood. Alright, that alpaca has chosen death. It ate upon my food and therefore must pay the tax of its life. I mean, they gave me a slightly better short bow. I think they already put it in here. Yeah, they did. Okay, we're getting to the point of the Bioferrite Harvester soon. Blight on the rice plants, because of course. Cut the blight. And we'll set you to... do not sow. So for right now... everyone, priority 1, cut. And get them all into the area. And have them very quickly get rid of that. No, you're not done. Don't leave 2 of them. The last thing you would do is leave any. Okay, so with that, we can go back to our work assignments. You can sow that again. So good news, that gets sorted quickly. Sometimes it goes smoothly like that. Other times... just getting it to do what you need it to do is absolutely rough. Oh, and you have... well, you have a passion for crafting. It might actually be worth letting you craft to slowly build up. I mean, your construction, you're probably not going to have time to do that. It's fine. And you're building that, which is fine. So go over here, go to this room, and while we wait, start smoothing that room out. Psychic Soothe is fine. We do have a warg over there, that'll be a whole issue. That'll just be another thing to deal with. The trees are getting there. They only got planted at the beginning of the season, and they're already about a third grown. Let's see, assuming all endings means you're going to have to start fresh a lot. Not a lot. So what's going to end up probably happening is we will do the anomaly ending. And I don't know the exact order I'm planning on doing, but we'll do the ship for the stars, we'll do the royalty ending, we'll do the build the ship yourself. And then there's the Arco Nexus. And the Arco Nexus is the one where you do, like, the New Game Plus. But once I do the New Game Plus, it's not like then I need to do the Anomaly and everything else again. Because actually you cannot do the Anomaly a second time with Arco Nexus. Like, once you've done it in a game, in a playthrough, you know, in a world, that's just it. But then Arco Nexus, you do your three runs. But usually with that one, it's just rushing the money. Like, if you get yourself really, really well set up so far as alliances and all that, and you bring your stuff over, you can actually get allied with the next group and build up your money relatively quickly. Arco Nexus is actually, to me, one of the easier runs just because it is kind of chill. It's not like a very, like, high-stress struggle run. You can take your time. You don't have, like, that giant gauntlet you've got to do at the end of all the other, all the other runs. Part of me is like, do I put a door here or something, like, or wall there or whatever? Barricade, force the enemies to walk over it. They'll just light it on fire and I'll have to keep rebuilding it. I can only build it out of wood, so I can't do it even if I want to. But, you know. Okay, so we're starting to get some rice pulled up. Not a lot. Because every other animal's trying to eat it. We are getting some potatoes up as well. Go ahead and hunt the hare. I still have only one bed built just because we're spending... The big issue is right now is our one crafter is also our main hunter. And it's not a great thing. That's fine. That actually gives me options. I wonder, with the dryad tree, if I plunk that bad boy right there, and I tell it to do... If I tell it to do the wood, that might actually work. It'll probably get attacked and destroyed, but that would give me an okay source of wood. We can also see, I doubt you can put it inside. I'm pretty sure it has to have sunlight or it just dies. Mad Timberwolf. Let's see, any idea when Christmas sale normally starts? I thought we were already on the fall sale thing. It may already be over. But they'll probably have another sale, like, for the end of the year or whatever. Okay, you're probably done. Okay, where did that seed go? You can't plant in any of this. I didn't expect so. Right. So to delete that zone, cut the plants out of there. I'm going to see if I can't put the tree there and have it start producing wood, because that might work for us as just a sustained source of wood. A fearful building. I would love so much to be able... The monument on a size of 0... You want a monument of size 0, that will require... Does that mean you're just gonna give me... You okay, game? You feeling alright there, buddy? All right, I mean, I'm not sure. Who's my next best shot in the colony? I probably don't want to take that from you. Go home game, you're drunk. I think it's literally because I've built everywhere. It's like I don't know what you could do with this, man. There's just not a place. When you choose some of these maps, that stuff does get broken sometimes. Go to sleep, everyone. Randall Thor, get to sleep. Hurry. Yeah, you got no one to insult. What you gonna do now, Kick? You're gonna wander around. And insulting spree done. The downside is... fail to convert Randall Thor. That's fine. You'll probably get over it in the morning. Yeah, because you have catharsis. It's basically gonna be the moment you wake up, it's gonna skyrocket your mood. Yeah, and that was just a weird one. The best thing is I have to protect that tile, chat, and make sure no one breaks that tile. It actually probably means if I accidentally build a building here, it will fail it. Alright, so getting all that built, we're still getting these rooms smoothed out and constructed and all that. We are slowly moving all this, like that's the last of steel getting put away. Just need a meteorite to hit it. That would be my luck. It would be my luck that a meteorite would hit and be like, failed. Here's your, what was it, like 11 or 14 hamsters, or, I mean, not hamsters, those aren't a thing in the game. Okay, so we got machining. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the flak armor while we're here. Are those still only 40%? Okay, who has my highest cutting? So, Conrite is gonna be the one we give the authority to do this. That's probably going to be a problem in the long run. But the plan here is just basically have the tree hooked up with Conrite. And we are going to set it for the wood maker. I don't intend on doing that long term. But until things are stabilized, that'll give me more wood than I need. I just had to give up a little grow zone here. Now, downside is when a raid comes in, they're going to murder the dryads. But, like I said, I'm seeing this as a temporary solution to our problem until I can get a better solution. I think what'll end... well, I mean, ultimately what I'll end up doing is not needing the wood almost at all, because we'll switch to electric, and the only thing that'll be is when I want a wood door. But genuinely, wood doors, I about only need them for the bedrooms. And I don't really need them for that. Having them go slowly in and out of a bedroom is honestly pretty okay. Starvation on Conrite. That rice should be growing relatively soon. And these two are decimating those potatoes. So most likely, one of those two is going to book it over here for my rice, and when they do, we'll kill it next. There's our silver. How hungry are you? Yeah, we're fine. Literally hauling every single thing on the map. Yeah, so they're just making it so those potatoes will never grow. Between the two of them, how much they eat. I'm gonna go over there and gonna kill the buffalo here in a moment. Grab everyone. Do this. Buffalo is now on hunt. Get that out of here. We need the food. Hey. Prioritize hunting it. Don't just leave it out there. Alright, so that'll get us more food since we're getting low. It also reduce the amount of my food that they're eating every cycle. Stairs at Rual. Hey, I wasn't expecting to stream today. And then my doctor's thing didn't happen because they scheduled an appointment at a place where they actually didn't have the equipment to do the appointment. I'm not really salty about it. I might be really salty about it. So I had to have the appointment rescheduled. Burning Sun did say hi on your behalf. That did occur right at the beginning of stream. But yeah, no, it was I was supposed to, and again, the preface I'm giving, and I'm only giving this because when I say what the thing I'm supposed to have done is, so that people don't freak out. I've been dealing with a problem where I give symptoms as if I'm overheating. So I don't actually feel overheated, but like, you know, blood gets shunted to my limbs, all that kind of stuff, as if I'm overheated, except I'm not. And we've been trying to figure out what it is. And we've already checked like thyroid and all that. So we're doing that whole thing where we got the list of all the possibilities and go, okay, what's the least invasive one to figure out? Okay, try that one next. Okay, what's the next one? Try that one next. So I was supposed to get a brain MRI and a neck MRA today. But they didn't have the equipment I needed. At the place it's scheduled. Yeah, no, it's just, it's one of those things that like, you know, people come and go and all that, so they don't always see it. So we got our excellent quality recon armor. So for right now, let's go to our assignments. Manage apparel. Nothing like waiting two months for an MRI. Well, to at least on the plus side, when I scheduled it, it was they were able to get me like the next week, and like they rescheduled it till Monday. So it is one of those things that like, as much as I can complain about stuff, in that particular instance, okay, they are doing pretty good. Don't allow tainted. So we do have them set for armor. I mostly just, you know what? It's fine. I wanted to. We can just have Conrad go out of his way to force him to wear it. Just so we don't have one of our ranged people grab the armor first. I want my melee team to get their armor first dibs. Yeah, and that's the thing. I didn't have to wait nearly that long. Like it was only like a week or so, and I think they could have actually seen me sooner, but it was like the time they wanted to see me for sooner is like, I cannot do that time you want me to see me. Like that's a time like just schedule wise I can't commit to. So began eating the rice, got right to the end of it, threw up because food poisoning, I guess. Yep. Could someone haul that, please? Okay, someone did grab it. You had 2 MRIs this year. The dye, etc. is weird. Yeah, so I'm curious how they do it, because the brain one they have the dye, the neck they do not do the dye. And I don't know why it's like a big deal that they don't do the dye for the neck. But they were like, hey, we cannot do the neck. You know, we cannot do dye for the neck. it's whatever. All right, a Night Dweller, you have a good one. But yeah, I know it's just basically double checking to make sure there's nothing going on there that we got to worry about. We're not actually expecting to find anything on this one. It's just laying down in a machine and getting scanned is a big nothing burger so far as a test. Versus, like, as we work down the list of possibilities, they'll start to get more expensive and more invasive, and there'll definitely be a point where it's like, okay, that's worse than the thing I'm dealing with. At which point, then I probably stop looking into it. Unless it becomes a more escalated issue and yada yada. So you had one for the neck. It was a week later, but it was in the middle of the night, like 2 in the morning. Yeah, that was one of those things that was, like, really weird. Is, like, that first appointment, like, we can see you at 5 p.m. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean you can see me at 5 p.m.? You're open then? I'm not complaining. That works out great for me time-wise. Am I already out of the food? Did that muffalo just vanish into our belly immediately? That's actually kind of a problem. I guess we just ate it instantly. So that's a big issue. So get over here. I might be going after that mega sloth to get myself enough food and to keep it from eating stuff, but I need to get over here before everyone breaks. As I told you 9 p.m. and you had to double check. I guess they like to do it late because you're more relaxed typically. I also understand a lot of those things. 1, they get booked up heavily. 2, because of just you're just not going to be part of this. This because of other stuff. Oh, you're the one. I do need you involved in this. You're the one who has a stun. Please get here now. Look, I know you're starving. I need you here now because Kick here is gonna flip any second now. You know what? That's actually you know what? That's fine. Okay. So we're gonna have to just make this do. Skip to the other side of the water. Don't. I know you could instinctively tell I'm about to do this. It's just Rim where they're like, I know what you're up to. I know what you're thinking. I want my range. Don't cross the water. Are you in range? You are. Open fire. Melee team get ready to distract, whatever you gotta do. Cool. Land the stun. Cool. Love to see it. I want reduced movement speed. That's some reduced movement speed. I don't think that's enough. So scatter you two. Nice follow-up stun. You're doing great. Cool. So with that, we should be able to go and get that butchered and all that. Let's see, MRIs are expensive, but if you have to go through a public hospital, it's free. CT scans and X-ray free Medicare. Yeah, so I have insurance, and don't get me wrong, I'm not happy with the amount I'm paying for it, but all things considered, it definitely could be worse. Like I said, I'm not super excited about it, but it shouldn't come much out of pocket when it's all said and done. Like it'll come from what's effectively not a savings account, it's a health account thing, but it's gonna eat up a chunk of it. It's not as bad. It's not like getting dental and all that. Like getting dental always ends up being more expensive. It's anything more than just like a peek at the teeth and a little brushy brush. You saw some US. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Generally speaking, a hospital visits here in the US is financially ruining. It shouldn't be. Yeah, so it's like it's not actually free. It's, you know, have like a health savings account kind of thing, and then the insurance is covering it. So better than not having insurance. If we don't have ambulance cover, it costs $2,000 a trip to the hospital, up to 20 to 40K for the helicopter ride. Yep. Yep. That is what happens here. There's a reason a lot of people refuse the ambulance and try and have their buddy drive them to the hospital. It's just like financially too much. You done that? Oh yeah, no, I know a lot of people have done that. Tattered apparel. Well, if it's tattered, just drop it and stop whining. Tattered apparel. Missed. Okay, so keep picking up that same Masconaut, so we're just gonna run out here. I know, you're trying to wear your proper PPE. I get it. But then, if you put it on, you're like, oh man, this thing's in tatters and terrible, and then you get upset about it, then maybe don't. There. No one's mad about the clothing they're wearing right now. Let's see, it is $2,000 out of pocket to get 5 teeth pulled because you didn't have dental insurance. Thankfully, no complication. You didn't need expensive drugs. Yeah, no, that's dental insurance gets pretty awful. Like, if you don't, like, the insurance is fine if you don't have it. Luckily, there's a lot of places, if you're uninsured, will give you a different rate to just basically pay them directly kind of things. But, it's a whole thing. They kind of gotta like talk to them in advance to even find out who does and doesn't. And that's fortunately things I haven't had to worry about personally between me and Tumen, our work. But it's a difficulty. It's one of the things that's scary and why, like, for example, content creation. I wouldn't be able to do content creation at all if it wasn't for Tomb. Just the insurance nonsense would be financially ruining, just trying to keep that paid. It's wild to you? That is the thing of the medical lobby. Teeth of them luxury bones. You like your chompers so you can eat food? Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. I'm being very sarcastic about calling them luxury bones. Alright, so Randothor's right about to be convinced to be one of us, which is good. Because genuinely, all the stuff like tons of dislike xenotype, all this, you know, all the other things that are just negative things going on. Yeah, it's fine. Have your catharsis. Just all the ideology-related negative things. Alright. And there goes the Mega Sloth. Yeah, so spawn an immature dryad soon, maybe. problem is you don't have enough free people to deal with it. But, like, it's one of those things, even if it's just during the winter we manage to maintain that, it'll be a thing. They are, though. You're 43, you have all your teeth and take good care of them. They are your luxury bones. Yeah. I mean, I've taken pretty good care of my teeth. I made some bad choices when I was younger, so far as, like, eating habits and whatnot. So that's the reason why I've been paying for it, but I haven't had any teeth problems in a while so far as, like, stuff that wasn't just... I had a previous problem from when I was young that just, you know... Those... They, you know, fix them up, and sometimes those individuals have issues, especially with, like, some of the older fillings and stuff they used to do. They're not as good as the stuff we got now. Plus, a lot of times they do the really cheap ones, and... You know, just because of price, they do the cheap ones, and those don't last. Because that used to be the mentality, like, way back on a lot of your stuff, like crowns and all that, is they would approach it in the, if it goes bad, make it easier to fix it. And so you do stuff like they do the thing where they put the crown on that it's almost like an aluminum foil stuff that would then mount onto the last part. That way, if something could go wrong, they could break the crown, pull the crown off, and just peel off the aluminum thing, slap it down, and put a new crown on it, go nice and easy. Yeah, something to be teeth are just bad genetically. It could also be just like the water in your area has problems. There's like lots of things that can lead to issues. But you never grew your bottom wisdom teeth. Top only grew half in. Yeah. There's definitely lots of stuff that can feed into it. Like, it's not always, like, personal hygiene, personal care that's a problem. Got any ones that didn't have wisdom teeth? I had to have mine pulled when I was younger. The full set. Please put out the fire on our crops. Yeah, those are a loss. It's just so far away to run over there to deal with them. Like, I don't think we've hardly gotten any food out of this between the wild animals running up and then raids lighting them on fire and all these other things. Pain is weakness leaving the body. But you had all your ears removed. It went okay. You don't forget the pain the next day wasn't very good. Yeah, I was fortunate. This is the kind of discussion that me and Toom have had, and I understand part of it's just, you know, everyone has different experiences. I remember, like, almost every medical procedure I've had to do that was of any substance, like, you know, I had to have one tooth implanted, and people talking, it was like, oh my god, it's gonna hurt so much. You know, when I had my colonoscopy, there's a lot of people like, oh my god, it's the worst, you should just... It's so terrible. It's so terrible. It's so awful. And it's kind of those things like, man, maybe, like, people just must have had a very different experience than I did. Like, I didn't enjoy it. It was certainly unpleasant. But, like, some of the things I would have people saying to me, I was like, oh my god, it's the absolute worst thing ever. I'm like, it's really a nothing burger. Alright, let's gather the troops, deal with that warg. We're getting hungry again. The warg is edible. Yeah, I mean, well, there's thresholds. My expectation is different ways of performing the same procedures. People having it done at different times so far as, like, technology and all that goes. So, you know, very genuinely... the stuff they put us through today might be just that much less awful than it used to be. And I'm sure that, like, I'm sure all of that is true on some capacity or another. But it's just one of those things that, like, the amount I end up hearing, especially from like, you know, my folks and people around that age group, just it's one of those things. I think it was just like a different practice and all that. And I think a lot of them also stick with a lot of like the old timer doctors who just do things the old way. And so a lot of that, it's not that they're needlessly cruel, they're just using the same stuff that's been used forever. You know, which has its pros and cons. Like, it's tried and true, and there's certainly something to say about that, but at the same time, better tech is better. You couldn't swallow pills properly until the second day after? Yeah. That's not fun. The worst thing you had to go through was a partial expander. Those are brutal. I have no idea what that is. Let's see. You're on antibiotics twice? Yeah, no, that was, the thing, like, my understanding is it's different now. The thing I remember having to do is after I had my wisdom teeth, they were like, okay, you know, you're on a very limited diet right now. It's like mashed potatoes and soup and all that. Nothing sticky, nothing crunchy. Like, we don't want you eating, like, proper solids, until you're off the antibiotics and all that. Man, that was torture. Like, that was torture in the sense, not like I was in pain, it's just like, oh my god, I am so tired of just, like, broth and mashed potatoes and Jell-O and stuff like that. And they got me off the antibiotics, and immediately I got sick. Which is something that happens when you're on antibiotics. It's one reason they don't want you using them long term, is it, like, cleans out your gut from a lot of the good bacteria and all that. And so, you know, you need to let your body recover and all that, but sometimes, because you cleaned it out, something bad gets in there first, and, you know, says, ooh, nice place. So put me back on antibiotics and said, okay, we're putting you on a limited diet again. Like, oh my god, please. And then the moment they got me off the next time, I went to an all-you-can-eat steak place, because I'm like, I want real food. Oh, that is really not good for us. So toxic fallout. I'm going to need you to pull up whatever you can. If it can be harvested, harvest it. Do not allow sowing anything. Chop down all the trees you can. Except these two. Work. Get everyone in plant cut 1 real fast. Grab what you can. Oh, pruning the tree? I don't know how I could make you not... Oh, I know how I can make you not do that. Pruning tree. Don't do it. Wait, that's... Sorry, that's desired 100%. Desired 0%. Just get whatever you can out of the plants, because that toxic fallout is going to wipe out everything. So get out there, grab it all. And we just got to try and ride this roller coaster to the end of the earth. No Tunneler meme? Not yet. We're trying to get there. Because you can't start with Tunneler. I mean, if you're doing the gradual ideology thing. And because we haven't had wood, I can't do my ritual. Okay, so we've got the stuff there. So what we should be able to do is, since we don't have one out here, make sure we don't have... Alright, zone, clear, home zone. Cool. I'll put this in the home zone for now. But yeah, so we're going to haul stuff in and all that. The Dryad's going to just die, because I can't stand out in there. Not toxic fallout. We do have face masks on a couple of people, but Lardine's still working on getting all that caught up. It is what it is. I don't know how we're still not getting... Oh, people are making them. It's fine. Used to think they're making it. Ah, that's right. You can't make the face masks and that out of leather. They have to be out of fabric. Cassie really doesn't like anyone, does she? Yeah, and that's the thing. We were joking, it's like, aha, you can't, like, you can just hold off against any raid. I'm like, hear me out, she's not gonna raid us. She's gonna 100% just attack our logistics and all that. Alright, so, minor change. Everyone, go haul all the food in here. You don't got much time, get it in here. It says bring everything you can in here. Let's see, you just been rolling random restarts, seeing anything sticks. You enabled random xenotypes, got 2 sanguiphages in a tribal start, and a genie replaced the sanguiphage start. Ironically, it was a pigskin genie. Interesting. Wait, genie... Oh, weird. I was saying, like, I thought genie and pigskin were, like, one and the other. Like, I mean, you could take a genie or a pigskin and add the things to make them more like the other. Please get the potatoes. So good news is we actually are getting enough wood to probably ride out the winter. This toxic fallout is going to absolutely murder us. Because it means I'm not getting my food now. It also means the animals that show up will decay almost instantly. And this can last for like I think it's like 30 in-game days or something like that. It's like 2 whole seasons or something. It's a really long time that both this one, actually I think Toxic Fall was only 15 days or something, like 20 days. I think it was Volcanic Winter was the one. Oh yeah, no, Distress Signal, I can't do anything about that. Alright, everyone inside. And where are you trying to haul? You are studying the Void Monolith. I'm gonna let you do it this one time, and then I'm gonna cancel you being able to do that again. Not until this is done. Okay, so we look at our assignments. We can go back to all those being 3 again. And everyone's gonna be stuck inside. And we are just going to have to see how well this goes. If we have some big animals show up, like we have like elk or something, we're gonna run over there and hunt them really fast before they could get enough toxic buildup. But for the moment, it's basically just see how long we can ride and what's here. The good news with that wood is I can actually get that cooking. I guess in the meantime, I might as well... I've been holding off carving more rooms till they had time to get stuff done. Right, we haven't restricted them. They're fully unrestricted, so the very last 13 will pop out just long enough to grab blocks to break. We just gotta watch that the toxic buildup doesn't get too high. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do here is start getting the next area set up. Actually, let's make that go farther. So what we can do up here is we'll start putting bedrooms. Yeah, 5x4 seems to be like a good size. We'll start making the bedrooms, and then we'll get started on making an area to grow stuff. Hide in room because you're mildly sick because of toxic fallout. Toxifol is 10 days? Yeah, so about just shy of a season. Volcanic is 40 days. Yeah, Volcanic winter gets to be pretty awful at times. Minor break risk because everyone's going to be bored to death. That's going to just drain, and then the Dryads are going to start dying. And we'll see if we can run out there and manage to, we'll see. There's a lot of danger with me running out there and spending more time than I need to dealing with that, but at the same time, our food is scarce and we're not even into winter yet. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Once we get the mushrooms up, the food situation becomes pretty easy. But until we get the mushrooms up, that's gonna be a problem. Alright, how are you doing? You have no build-up right now. So harvest as much of the rice as you can. And the potatoes. Just trying to get whatever food we can right now. I know, major break risk because you haven't woken up yet, that's fine. Mad Boom Rat, which is right there. So drop what you're doing, gather round. Okay, honestly, that's... Ooh, you're gonna catch up. Or not. It's getting hard to gauge things with the water. Please actually hit it. Hit it before it gets closer. There you go. On the plus side, that didn't instantly decay. Yeah, so the potatoes are basically done. The rice will get a couple more if they don't die to the poison. People are going to haul what they can over... What is that? Oh, boom rat meat. Interesting that we still haven't put those last two pieces of granite wall in. Okay, so what I was thinking, though, is in the meantime, we could start down here. So it's 17 by 17. One, two, three, four. One... Oh, wait, you don't have a middle... You actually do have a middle spot. It's here, though. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. And that'll be where we put the first mushroom room. And I can put the other one on the other side, and we can start putting stuff in this area. And this will be bedrooms, and I can put more bedrooms going that way. We've already got a handful of containment rooms down there. The downside is by the time that Toxic Fallout's done, there's a real good chance that we will be looking at a we'll be looking at the winter starting. That's the reason I'm like, crap. Yeah, and you're just gonna die. There's no point in me killing it either. When it's that high, it'll just instantly decay. So all the plants are gonna be clean swept. The animals are gonna be gone. The good news, we can actually cut down these trees, and they'll give us meat. Don't worry about it. I know it's weird. We've also not had an anomaly event in a long while, and that worries me, because usually when I have a very long spell, I haven't had an anomaly event with the anomaly active. Usually means I've got a I've got a metal horror going on. And considering we're right about to run out of food again, not excited about that. Considering I've got one most likely to be instantly rotten squirrel going on. We've got one potato I can harvest there. One rice I can harvest here. Just literally grabbing anything edible that shows up and trying to get it out of there as quickly as possible. Hey, buddy. If you're gonna do that, go ahead and haul that, like, trace of 10 rice. Oh, you botched yours, didn't you? Oh, no, you're great. You grabbed the potato. You were smart about it. Can you caravan out? I could caravan out if things get real desperate. The problem is the areas we're at. We do have the ability to forage, but we will likely have a very low rate of foraging. You made a masterwork bed. Cool. Let's go ahead and get rid of these two. And once we get those rooms built, these beds will just get moved up here, and that'll probably become our ideology room. Toxic fallout, when we've been struggling on food this whole time, is a real rough one. And so you're guaranteed to rot when you hit 100%. Yep. So no wildlife. The plants are most likely all to be dead. Technically, you can run out there and replant them and you have a chance of getting a little bit through. But usually you just get yourself really sick. And nothing to really show for it. It's also pretty rare you get a trade caravans while this is going on. Maybe not a colony wipe. Like, we can probably juggle a little bit. Because we're not wrong that if we get to the point that there's just nothing here, I will caravan off the tile and just see what we can do. Like, it could even be that we look at the world map. There is a hunting location over here. 131 pemmican is nothing for actually keeping us alive. There's also distress signal over there. The big problem is I don't have the food to really go there. But if we're gonna just starve to death on the tile, we just walk off the tile and come back. Like, I won't abandon the colony, like, formally where it stops being mine. Do you find caravanning fun or difficult? I wouldn't say either of those is technically accurate. I find it frustrating. To me, if there was any one mechanic in the game was like, scrap it, try again, it would be caravanning. Like, genuinely, I feel you spend your entire time fighting the caravan mechanic, not the difficulty of encounters or whatever. Nutrient paste, there's nothing to nutrient paste. It's all dead. We can put for right now, let's put the caravanning point here so they don't run outside there and try and caravan out there and just stand in toxic fallout. Because I am thinking we're probably going to have to caravan. Because I got 8 meals, I got no raw food left. I have no expectations of anything showing up here. Can you eat the druid thing? I actually don't know. I am gonna need it for the winter. Yeah, I want to say, like, that's just remember, it's like nothing. Actually, we can look at it. Let's see. Adult is 4 meat. Oh yeah, that's terrible. I think when we wake up, we are caravanning to the neighboring tile and seeing if I stay in place, will we be able to maintain or will we starve? Because I also can't remember. It just says 100% on the caravanning thing. It doesn't. I guess it's just maximum. I'm surprised if that's maximum. Can you eat the harbinger tree? I can cut them down for trace amounts of food. They are not good food. Well, unless I do the multiple colony thing, I won't get anything on the other tiles. And I never do the multiple colony thing. To me, the multiple colony thing ends up breaking a lot of how the game's supposed to work. Grab all the food you have. Don't worry about anything else. Get off that tile. I actually don't have electricity, nor do I plan to have electricity. Yeah, because there's only a couple pieces of rice I expect to expire before we get there. So we are leaving the colony. We are not abandoning it. We are coming back. But right now, we're just going to starve to death here, so I have to leave. As a hunting game to bring back, I don't think it's cheating or anything like that. I just don't like doing it. I usually keep the mechanic completely disabled. It's just not my preference. To me, it's... Okay. So weirdly, on the mountain tile, there is a heck of a lot of food here. Like nearby tiles as well. I mean, no one's got... I mean, we have a couple people with mild buildup, but that was probably leaving the map. Yeah, no, it's going down. It could be when you have the toxic spewer event from the, when they build, like, the thing you have to assault, this toxic spewer, that might have an area it affects. Yeah, no, literally we are maintaining our food here. Now, the downside is, by the time we get back, we are going to have some pretty severe mood penalties. Because one downside of being on a caravan is you cannot do recreation of any kind. So your recreation need will just slowly go down, and that's just the way it is. Okay. Now, the problem is I can't quite go back yet, because we are out of food and we'll just starve to death here. So I'm not sure... You got food poisoning. Cool, that's great. So I either need to get ahead on the food from doing the foraging, or I need to have some animals show up on the map. There is an animal on... Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. We are struggling to not starve to death at the moment. It's not great. It's really not great. We just had a toxic fallout on a map that things have been really awful on. And just very... Okay, so... I guess we foraged that tile enough that it's run out of food. So yeah, let me go ahead and get my people walking back in there. We're gonna kill the one animal on the map. 2 animals on that map, and just try and make this work. Thanks. You just did some Project Zombie experience, except with eating less dead mice. You're sure? You've got all the endings some days. You've only done 1 in your 2,000 hours. It's a fun run. But, so thank you again so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. For those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. Plays a lot of RimWorld. A lot of fun to have over there. Definitely highly recommend. Said they're also playing some Project Zomboid. Probably getting all ready for that build 42 whenever that drops. I need you to move. You're out of food. But yeah, we just had a toxic fallout when we were already desperately low on food, so I did have to abandon the tile. Like, we're not abandoned, but run away from the tile. That bear may have literally just saved our life. I am murdering the hell out of a bear the moment we get home. But yeah, so definitely recommend. But yeah, so the toxic fallout wiped out everything, so we're in a bad way. But if I kill that bear, that should be a lot of food. Why are you walking so slow? I mean, you're out of food. I really need them to get here, like, right now. But yeah, so we had to do the desperate walk away from our tile. Food and good gear. I mean, I don't have this food thing. Surprisingly, okay, we don't have anyone starving yet. We do have one person with food poisoning, which is what's holding us up, unfortunately. But the moment we pop in, we're blasting the bear, and we're blasting the ibex. We're gonna not worry about the rat right away, because that. I mean, we're right here. We're at 0.1 days. Yeah, but I probably could have earlier. I probably want all hands on deck for the bear. We are dealing with we have like one or two okay-ish, like that's a masterwork, the one on the right. But the rest are kind of garbage. Get on the tile. You're supposed to only be 0.1 days. I'm surprised no one's raging out for being away from the colony for like 3 days. Yeah, there's a starvation. Okay. All of you, before you do anything, stop moving. Right here. Bear. Target. You. Shoot bear in face. Rest of you, melee in front. I want to see that bear go down. Nicely done. While we're here, ibex. Sucks to be you. Very last Lardine. Hunt it. Conright. Alright, someone's already hauling it. That's what I wanted to make sure. Someone would haul the ibex back. Right, and Randall Thor's my cook. I keep thinking about it being there one. Alright, and so also for you, you can bring that back up to 50%. Because cutting's a lower priority for me than the other one. But I do want to maintain that. Randall Thor will immediately get us some food going on. Now hunt everything that moves onto the map. Because I'm still worried because we're about to go into winter. Like, we're heading to fall, and this is not a year-round grow tile. So we're going to deal with that. Alright, McDoom, you have yourself a good lurk. They don't really have enough for it. But this will buy me some time. We'll get some people some food and all that going on. And then hopefully we can get this stuff. The good news is we have some plants that did survive. So I'll get a little bit of rice and a little bit of potatoes. It's not much food. But we are going to do what we can to get back to getting our base sorted. Oh, and we are on a, this is geological landforms map. This is a gorge. We found if you go to a gorge map that doesn't, like if we go here where the river ends, you get this cool one way in, one way out river. Like, this is a water source. It's neat. It is really good for defense. It is garbage for keeping food. I probably wouldn't have been as bad for food if I was, like, over here. and then blocked off the entrance, that would have made raids more a problem because just smash the wall, even if it's not attacks immediately. But, I chose to put in the back here to force the enemies to walk down that way, and it just means when a raid goes in, they set that on fire. By the time I get there, it's already over. They've burnt this poor field a good couple times now. Plus, it means we have to run way too far to hunt stuff. But, if we manage to get our ideology set up... So, oh, you're right. Thank you. I would have sat here being like, what the heck is going on? And completely forgot that we had disabled sowing. Because Toxic Fallout, we didn't want them standing out there dying in it. Alright, so you keep mining all that out for right now. We've consumed all the wildlife. Oh, right. Yeah, turn that back off. I forgot that cranked up for when the Toxic Fallout happened. It's like, grab everything you can. So everyone was just like running around trying to harvest as much as they could before the Toxic Fallout ruined it. To hopefully drag, you know, as much food out as possible. You know, it's fixing the recreation from caravanning. For right now, you help. I know I want you researching, but right now you help get everything set up, because we might be able to squeeze one more harvest in before everything goes from freezing to death. It's probably just like the rice we will. I'm not sure we'll have enough time for the potatoes, but I'm going to try and go for it. Because we don't have, you know, particularly amazing soil, and any extra I can get will help. I'm going to start getting the bedroom set up so I can get them out of here, so we can make that into an ideology room. That's fine, I'm not too worried about twisted meat. Or people get all angry when I do it. Oh yeah, I forgot they made it so sometimes the trees that they grow enough they give you bioferrite. I forgot about that. They didn't used to. Hey Ryoko-sha, how's it going? So get everyone planting as fast as they possibly can to hopefully get one more harvest out. You know what? Boomerang can still be eaten. If it moves, it can be consumed. This is where our colony is at this point. I need to get that higher. That's probably not going to happen for a bit. So eventually that dryad's gonna go down. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so get those 8 rooms sorted out. I'm also going to do this. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So go ahead and tear those walls down. So I'm going to place that with the granite brick as opposed to the steel, because I'll probably want that. Yeah, so get a little bit more bioferrite. And they're replanting the willow. And there's fall. We're also out of food. Alright. This is going to be a dangerous hunt. I'm going to try to take them down. This is a really dangerous one. They are mostly standing on stone, but the hope is if I can stand back and just Death Star one of them so they all explode in one big pile, that'll work. If not, it's bad. Let's back up. The jig's up on this one already. If they didn't blow up immediately as one big stack, it's gonna be a whole thing. I still want to hunt them, but I don't want to hunt them all in one big pile unless they are in one big pile. So you're next. Pop them. Nicely done. Go over there and put it out. Okay, so we're grouped up again. Okay, so all of them? It is all of them. That is the worst case scenario. Okay, that works out perfectly. Okay, we can live with that. So all of them, shoot that target. We're going to try and capitalize on this. Nicely done. All of you, that target. Nicely done. And final contestant. And done. All right. So put out that fire. Oh, no, don't, Lardine, buddy. Buddy. Well, you still did the same thing. At least apparently Conrite just deflected it by staring intently into the sun and being like, I don't believe in you, fire. And the fire's like, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I thought I was real. So that'll give us a little bit of food to keep things going for a little longer. Yeah, that was the thing. It was like, just Lardine shooting at the one. I'm like, please don't shoot my friends with explosions. That's good. That'll give us a bit more food. That'll keep us going. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? That also keeps them from eating what food we have, which is honestly just as important as getting the extra food. So little by little, we're getting this all built up. I'm really dreading this winter because this is actually... I was supposed to have an easier winter this time. And also, I was going to go to the restroom really fast during the ad break. I totally missed doing that. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and be right back. I am having a good stream. Cassie says food is a lie and I'm not allowed to have it. But I'll be right back, so thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I could see nothing. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Okay, sorry about that. I meant to do it during the actual ad break, and then got distracted, and then immediately was just like, oh. All right, and I'm just checking two things real fast. So the good news is that Dryad is producing wood, even if it doesn't stick around because I don't end up being able to maintain it long enough. I can work with that. Pretty soon, Conrite should be able to... Actually, you know what? Alright, so we're getting enough done there. So, Conrite, I am going to give you the little bump. So, well, actually, how do I want to go about this? So, lower your priority and your priority... Okay. So it'll go 2, 3, 3. Okay, I think that'll be good. It means Conrite won't cook as much, but that way we can get this caught up because we got most of this planted now. There's like a little spot there that still go. But I don't honestly think we're gonna get the potatoes. I think it's gonna be with the growing season, like where things start slowing down as more time goes on. We're just gonna fall short. But that's okay. Randall Thor is doing their best to grab those, butcher them, cook them. Lardine is hunting anything and everything that moves on the map. We are getting... you know, enough wood to be able to maintain stuff. Okay, so with that, we can go structure. We want granite walls, because we got granite everywhere, and granite is really strong. So that'll be good there. And we use the uranium down here in this area. That's the reason why we have all that uranium set up. Lardine is at almost 20 shooting. Yeah, that's one of the things, is that walk time is a problem. Okay. And all the animals have been wiped out again, so Lardine will go back to crafting. Okay, so with that... do I go for the wood doors? I think for the bedrooms, I do want the wood doors. Which is going to cost us. For the hallway out here, that'll be a granite door. Fire? I mean, it was a rainy thunderstorm, I thought. Oh, I missed it. It is what it is. Normally, I like to have those home zone, but the problem is where the cleaning and the fire putting out is the same zone. Having them run the whole way to clean it, so that cost us some rice, which is not what we want. Yeah, so we're slowly building up the Dryad again. So we keep that wood coming in. Yeah, so that's gonna cost me like 200 wood there. Alright. So we're getting these all set up. I mean, it's too late. I failed to notice in time. Go ahead and just... yeah, so it spoils in 10 hours. So I need you to stop everything you're doing and just grab those. Very last... or not... yeah, actually, very last Lardine. You help by hauling the other body back real fast. So that hopefully between Randall Thor... Where'd Randall Thor go? Oh, you had... That's not great. I forgot you had a rat there. You might still be able to pull off butchering both those before they rot. And the good news is, as long as you butcher them at all before, like, if it has even a fraction of a second left before it rots and you butcher it, well... Alright, so everyone but Randall Thor. Nicely done. Yeah, I think you'll be able to pull off butchering both those. It's gonna be close. Cool. Alright, so we got a little bit more. We've got the rice replanted. The others are trying to get this all replanted. Interestingly enough, even though plant cut is set higher, you weren't pruning it, but whatever. So we're honestly at the point we might even be able to get away. Alright, so you've got all that set up. So we need to go up here and go orders. Smooth these rooms. Smooth those rooms. And once those are finished mining them out, we can smooth those rooms. That should be enough to get all these beds and all out of here. Requesting laborers in 6 days. Okay. That actually is tempting for me. They'll serve for 8 days. So what I think we're going to go ahead and do... I have no idea what you're saying, Janik. What I think we're going to do is we're going to wait till the last second, because that's going to get us almost to winter, and then I'm going to send them away to keep them away for as much of the winter as I can. Is I think what the plan is. The moment the food stops like growing or whatever, which is going to honestly be soon because we're getting pretty cold at night. We're going to send them away to just buy us as much time where I don't have another person here. What's your growing period? If we look here real fast, it's 4060. So it's the 11th of September. So honestly, pretty soon we're gonna be not getting new stuff in. Yeah, so we lost some of the earlier butchered boomalope meat in here. Honestly, for right now, the reason I'm doing it forever... Actually, you know what we can do? Details do forever if it is meat. And then we will go here and then find meals and all that. We'll do just 10. Because meat doesn't last very long before it spoils, versus the meals themselves are like 4 days. So we can get a little bit more time out of the meals than just meat, versus the raw plants are 30 days or something like that they last. Not counting if it's frozen or whatever. Okay, meanwhile, we can go ahead and queue you up to be smoothed. And we can go over to our mining person. Because that'll be our first mushroom room, so we're gonna go ahead and get that starting to be mined. That's gonna take a real long time to get done. But that does mean the absolute second we manage to get our tunneler ideology, I just slap down the fungal floor, start growing our mushroom, and it'll be good. If we see this start getting to 30, we just harvest what's ever there. Part of me wonders if I should change the cast of Dryad. No, because I'm still short on wood. I was gonna say if I should change it to the one that gives us berries. It's kind of A or B are still a problem. Because I need the wood to keep the stove fueled. Otherwise we're eating raw food, and I also need the food. Is there anyone nearby we can caravan to? No. Like you're what, like 10 days away? Yeah, so you'll be 10 by the time we get there and back. We'll starve on our way over. So we're on our own from that regard. What faction are you? Are you one that I have to worry about? I think it's just a random unaligned one. It's only 131 pemmican. The distress signal is one of the ones that... Oh, I literally won't make it in time. That's a 3-day trek. That's the only downside of building in the mountains, is it's super hard to caravan anywhere. Okay, so pretty soon we'll have that room done. If I can get enough, let's see. There's also the map. It might have trees. There is also the map. I don't... You mean going to another one, forming a new colony? I've said a bunch of times, I personally don't enjoy doing the multiple colony thing. To me, that's a way of circumventing a lot of challenges, and I don't judge anyone who plays that way. But for me, the moment I caravan off the map and set up a new the quest tile. Oh yeah, I mean, I can go here and potentially get some wood from that place too. Like that's a maybe I can go there. I mean... Alright, so someone would have to stay behind, and it's probably 2 someones, because we are going to send someone up for this, just to get him out of here when the food stops rolling in. Can't you cut trees while you're there? Yeah, no, I probably can. I'm doing okay on wood with the Dryad sitting here maintaining it. I should be good for wood for the winter with the Dryad. The food is the real problem right now. And 131 pemmican is like 2 meals. It's going to take me more food to get there. But sometimes the people will drop meals of their own that can make the difference. Or other stuff worthwhile. So I'm waffling about going over there anyways. If it is truly, so its faction is, it's THIH, and I don't see them listed here anywhere. So I think we're fine that we can attack them and no one will care. Because we can also get raided, and if we get raided, sometimes you can have someone drop like 10 meals for you and just be like, thanks. Or just drop pod stuff in for you as well. Yeah, everything's planted here. We're getting really close to the point that that's going to start rotting. Alright, if I'm caravanning out, who's going? I do think... Ah, you're 5 days there and back? If I actually put people on it, how does it change? So it's 1.5 days each way. I'll have 34 days. It'll take 6 meals. So Lardine stays because Lardine hunts. Stoka we can definitely stay. Conrite should stay. Kik can go. Ooh, alright, we gotta figure this out. Okay, so Donkey Duff can go for now, that's fine. Stoka can go for now, that's fine. Kick should potentially... Kick's our researcher. Kick can go as well. Lardine will stay to hunt. Conrite will stay. Okay. So it's going to be Kick, Stoka, and Donkey will go. So form caravan, go there, return, accept. So Kick, Stoka, and Donkey Duff. So they're the three going. We have 3.2 days of food. Will rot in 2 days. So we are going to physically require the food to come back even. So we're literally not going to gain any food, I don't think. And it's 3 days round trip. I physically feel like we literally lose food doing that. No forge? Not much. Like, we do have a foraging bonus, but I really only get a decent amount of foraging if we stop. I'm doing it. I'm waffling, and it's just one of these things that I'm going, it's like, I don't think there's a really good answer to this one way or the other. We can get lucky this way. Let's just hope we get lucky. There's prosthetics. We'll add hydroponics. We don't have power yet because there's no real opportunity for power on the map. But we're hoping for the best. Hold that thought. Cancel it. We have food on the map. We have big noms on the map. That bear right there. We're eating that bear. That bear, big noms. Okay, so here's the hope. I want... Well, that's not exactly the way I intended, but I guess we're already in position to fight here. Don't... Duck around that corner. Oh good, the bear's going after them. This works out great! Ooh, you almost died. Well, I'm feeling like we should just leave ourselves out of this fight for just a moment. Hey, you know what? Schedule home zone. Get out of here. You patch yourselves up for a moment. You let that bear do that bear's thing. Actually, that bear's not going to last remotely as long as I had hoped for. So the goal here is, let's get in position. Honestly, Conrite, you get out of here. I would love for you to stay and help out because you are one of my melee pawns and you're wearing the armor. But you did take a pretty nasty shot to the head. And I just feel like it'd be better if maybe you stayed out. Kill it fast. Okay, back up. Back up, back up. Force them to play the little dance. Where? Oh, you're fleeing? Oh, right. They're gonna try and get to max range and snipe. Yeah, so we want to force them engaged in close range as best we can. Stun him. Stun him. Yeah. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is... Lardine, how badly are you hurt? Minor injury. Oh, the bear's back up. I mean, it's going to die in just a minute anyways. So, capture the Gore Hulk. Capture the Gore Hulk. How are you doing, Randall Thor? Yeah, you're fine. Capture the Gore Hulk if you can. Let's see. You doing alright? Capture the Gore Hulk. Bring them all home. The bear will die in a moment, and they'll be able to pick up the bear. So it's a good thing. Can you eat them? If they die, we get desperate? Yes. I would rather not, but they are technically edible. For the moment, I need to get everyone home and patched up. And a bunch of them probably will die in there as we're patching everyone else up. There's you, and then Randall Thor needs to be treated. And who's our other doctor who's really bad at doctoring? You? Okay, so you didn't make it, and the other one died on there. Okay, so we did get maybe one of them through. Okay. Meanwhile, you go ahead and haul the bear back while we're waiting. So we did manage to recover one of them, which is not great, but we did manage to recover one of them. I also forgot that we took you off of study because we had to during the cold snap so we wouldn't die out there from hypothermia. So we could have been researching more there, but we haven't been. It's not the end of the world. I'm still missing more than I need for a lot of things. Hold that door open so we don't get stuck on it. So how long do you have to recover from here? Okay, so you'll recover in a moment. You can grab the bear, do all that. Lardine. Yeah, the good news is those things don't seem to do a lot of damage. Got a free bear and one capture. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, so we got a bunch of food in. The downside is obviously we're basically out of time to run over there. Yeah, by the time we run over there, it's going to be too little too late. That's fine. I think, like, literally we were debating if it was worth going over there out of fear of running out, like, having a net loss in food and going there and back was the genuine concern, because it'd be an RNG thing and how it turned out. Oh, clip during the break. Gotcha, Janik. No problem. Yeah, nah, for the record, I think you have like a pretty ridiculous stream delay over on YouTube. It's not a deliberate thing, it's just YouTube. YouTube doing YouTube things. So you probably saw that way after it actually happened, unfortunately. I wish I could do stuff out, but even if I turn it to low latency, once the stream's been going for more than a little bit, YouTube, just because of how it's designed, just doesn't know what to do. Alright, once this is recovered, we'll start pulling Bioferrite out of it. We can do that surgically for now. It's not efficient, but it works. In the meantime, we're going to keep butchering the animals. And like I said, the animals, anything made out of meat, we're immediately just making a meal out of it. Even though they will rot after 4 days, it rots slower than the meat does by itself, so it's worth doing. And then we got a separate thing for if we're not full on food to my satisfaction and there's plants, we'll do a couple plants. Alright, so we're at 37 degrees now at night. So I'm assuming literally the next in-game day our crops are dead. Yeah, we're not going to get much out of that. Get a handful here and a handful there. But it's what we can do for right now. We're just slowly hunting rabbits and raccoons and other tiny little creatures. Turtles. Right now, don't sow. Get those harvested. Worry about sowing later. Because like I said, I'm guessing that either in-game tonight or the next in-game night, we're going to have all that stuff go. What were you doing here, Kick? Right, you're actually our researcher as well. I do want to get you back on research. I do think there's a high enough priority to keep you off of it. Because during the winter, there's going to be no growing anything. Alright, well, in the meantime, there's nothing else left to do that, so we'll turn back on. So I'm going to go to our work schedule. You're going to come back off of that. So now Khan writes that. So far as the person we're sending away for the quest, that is the question. Now, I'm leaning potentially towards... honestly, Conrite. And the reason I'm thinking Conrite is during the winter... well, no, you won't be able to maintain that. So you're our crafter and our hunter. We're gonna need you to hunt stuff, so you gotta stay. We need our cook, they gotta stay. Donkey Duff is a construction person. That's actually a good time for construction and mining. Researching, I want to go. I have this duplication here. The only problem is the dryads are maintained by Conrite. Well, you cook and research. So you can handle researching. So I guess Kick is getting out of here. So I gotta wait till it's down to like 10 in-game hours. And then we're gonna send Kick on their way. I usually play with Cass. I find Randy takes these really long naps quite often that become a problem. Oh, before I forget, go here, details, leathers, no dread leather. No dread leather. No dread leather. You can't use leather and you can't use leather. Okay, because otherwise they'll be like, I'm wearing dread leather and I'm sad. And I'll get really tired of them whining about it all the time. But yeah, so the entire plan is basically to send one of our colonists away on this quest for pretty much as long as we're not going to be getting new food in. As long as we can drag it out. Yeah, so that's the first simple meals going, because we are just taking anything meat and immediately cooking it. That's fine. So we're just doing that as a means of basically reducing our food consumption as much as possible. Okay. So we'll take the goodwill. Take all the time with that shuttle. Alright, and kick. Kick. That's the wrong shuttle. There you are. Get on out of here, buddy. It's gonna be the moment they fly out. It'll be like, malaria. Do your preach health now, nerd. Cool, so gain some reputation, so they'll send more caravans and all that. Not that those caravans help us, they're the Empire. Harbinger tree sprout, that's fine. They'll butcher that and I'll get a little bit more meat out of it. It's weird, but it is what it is. We'll go ahead and start the fire. It's starting to get plenty cold out there. Meanwhile, we can reinstall you, because that floor is mostly smooth. Alright, almost got everyone moved out of the barracks in their own rooms. Of course, it's always compact steel. Always very good to put the columns, just so there's one column that's different from the others. Now you can tear them all down and do it, but whatever. Oh, it is a buffet. They're not going to stick around because the plants aren't going to be edible enough. But pork is on the menu today. That still buys us 4 days of food-ish for that. Also, you definitely want Lardine out there hunting them as much as possible. And they don't need to be like drop everything everyone hunts, because it will be one of those things that 2-3 boars down is all it's going to take before, you know, we've kind of exhausted what we can get out of it. Yeah, we're going to drop to freezing any day now. Refuel that real fast. And our restart? Yeah, we died yesterday's colony because we had a, the ship with a bunch of mechs crash that angers everyone. We managed to, like, we got to the point it was going to start angering wait. No, don't find meals. At least we only had, like, the one set that got made. But yeah, so we had that drop, and it had like a Scorcher, two Tesserons, like 5 or 6 pikemen, and 2 or 3 lancers. And I believe, you know, I messed up the timing on the initial opening, but that only let like 1 get away. That, you know, then we dealt with that pretty quickly. But it's just, you know, I was not prepared for the fight in the sense that I didn't have what I really needed. And that was basically how I've been building up, kind of came back to bite me. So it wasn't so much I misplayed the fight too badly. Like I said, the timing was a mistake. But just the fact that we were still sitting with crap weapons and not, like, no meaningful armor or anything like that, other than, like, a couple of people running around at the recon I managed to get my hands on. Like, that shouldn't have been the case. Like, I did not advance my tech in the way I should have. So I cut down the number of people who are eating here right now by 1, so that's good news. Like, if we have a Noctil event, this is just a dead colony. This lack of wood, I would not be able to get lights going of any kind. And on this tile, Dark Wargs. Excuse me, 8 manhunting wargs? I would love to have some of these things. I mean, you will give me 2 cataphracts. That's fair. I missed that part. But 8 manhunting wargs is pretty bad. Wargs are very durable enemies. That's the thing. That's the debate I'm having in my head right now. We would be able to hunt them, and there'd be immediately, but it really depends on what those cataphracts. If we get a good cataphract or 2, like one with a minigun and one who's got solid melee, we can handle it no problem. But if we get, like, you know, a delicate wimp cataphract, the colony is straight up dead. Now, of these, I'm not sure which reward I would go with. I mean, the silver and the plasteel are both pretty good options. I might go with the silver with the intent to sell the book later, so just money on money, and then we would potentially get some food out of the wargs. You think colony is safe? You have a good base. You can block the entrance with a marine armor pawn cataphracts. That's what I'm thinking. As long as we don't end up with like 2 really terrible cataphracts, we have an okay shot. It's just wargs. Wargs are thick. Wargs are real thick. I'm going to take it. I'm gonna wait till it's, you know, down to like 10 hours till, just to try and delay, like when we. Basically, to get that food to last as long as possible, is where I'm thinking. Because I can get that to go just into winter. Because the wargs will come from this side. We can bottleneck them here. Put the cataphracts with their armor in the front. I'm hoping they're melee cataphracts. That would be like the ideal dream. Like a cataphract with a mono sword and a cataphract with like a Zeus hammer or whatever. And then we put our people behind it, just shooting down the line. Because with all the stuns between the Zeus hammer, the mono sword just deleting things, and then my little crossbow there, we could probably just stun lock the bulk of the wargs while we just pepper shots down there. I don't have much actual damage. That's the thing I'm kind of hoping the cataphracts bring to the game, is durability and actual damage. Because if they show up again with like a minigun or something, the unfortunate reality I'm going to run into is I'm going to have, you know, one of them play Sacrifice to stand in front with the one with the minigun standing directly behind them. It will have good damage for a little bit. And then when the frontline one drops, our damage is just going to go into the toilet, and it's just a matter if we can sustain. Yeah, so at 10 hours, we're going to accept this thing. Well, luckily it looks like you social fought for like 3 punches. Not great timing, though. Gonna be honest with you. Alright, everyone get back to the home zone. We're taking the money. So what did you give me? They're both ranged, which isn't great. You are at least good shooting. You are amazing shooting. Alright, I mean, that's not great, but that should work. I can probably work with that. So get everyone in here. And they'll arrive in 4Ms. Oh, the weapons are almost always bio-coded. Not always, but yeah, no, I managed to sneak away once or twice with them, because a lot of times they won't put them down, and if there's one that's not biocode, you put them in the front and be like, nah, you tank. If you go down, you know. That's fine. Is there another thing I could do to draw enemies to us? Yeah, it's fine. It'd be too late anyways. Okay, so here's the spiciness. So, get off my screen. Okay. I feel like for this fight, genuinely, the lance is probably just going to be good for the opening engagement. The charge rifle will probably do more. Let's actually check to see if there's one of these who is distinctly more durable than the other. Ooh, yeah, no, that's definitely the choice. Having the armor skin gland. Yeah, so you're taking point. You're behind them. Melee's behind them. Yeah, and we got our armored melee there. The rest of you just pile in back there, because if we get to that point, we're not alive anymore. And no, anything going on? Keep up all the fire cat. Get the stun on the lead. Yeah. We're doing a lot of damage into him, but unfortunately... Alright, that's 2 down. That's... Still got 5 up. Alright, the 3 down. 4 down. 5 down. Yeah, it's going smoothly. Alright, and all of you. So schedule, let's schedule unrestricted. Oh yeah, no, the charge rifle is good. Alright, so we get that warg hunted. And it looks like a lot of those corpses didn't decay. Pods have arrived. Alright, let's get you to very quickly haul that book back. And meanwhile, we're gonna go to assignments, reading policies, and for right now, do not read tomes. It's just for sleep suppression. How badly did you get messed up by it? You actually didn't even get that hurt. Yeah, when I saw he had an armor skin gland, and like armor skin gland in cataphract armor, I was like, you're in point. It's like it doesn't matter what else you're bringing to the table. You're on point because you are just durability incarnate. Yeah, the rest is just silver. It can just lay on the ground. That's fine. No rush. We do need to bring that food in. Oh, right. Don't I have, that's what's going on. You're not getting a chance to haul. Let's check our home zones. Make sure we don't have any... Okay. And we're having a party. Leave the silver there for the next raiders. Oh, I mean, I'm not worried about prioritizing it. Once we hit winter, what's going to end up happening is everything's going to drag because we're just going to be busy doing other stuff. Man, we're starting to get all of these scars. That's always a rough one. The good news is with all that being frozen most of the time out there, we could let that sit a couple days. Yeah, so we did get, actually, a bunch of them did freeze. Or, sorry, did instantly decay. That's alright. How much longer do you have to recover? You're literally about to. There. That's what to wake you up real quick. The good news is most of the stuff in here is plants that we've got, the potatoes and all that. So I have it where we automatically make the meat into meals as able. So we should gradually do that. Oh, and you finish that, so smooth that tile. We are going to go here to structure, granite wall, there, just so, you know, again, we're protected against cave-ins, like, redundantly. Okay, and we'll get extra bedrooms built. Transport pod crash. Unless you're amazing, you don't get to stay. Ooh, very neurotic is one of my favorite traits. And you're a construction mining person, which would be good. Oh, the addiction ended it. I was already on the fence with being like Meandrus's, or Misandrus, sorry, is one of those things, and then like the inability to social care or firefight were all kind of like rough. But that plus an addiction? Nah. It is a real shame when they do, you know, die on impact. Real shame, that one there. Also the fact that, like, food is already gonna be really, really dodgy. Alright, note to self, I started pulling that up like 3 days earlier than I probably should have. It's okay. I'd rather side with maybe Gand and emerging food pile. No. I'll literally let the colony starve to death before we cannibalize. Like, very genuinely, I mean that. Just not a way I'm interested in playing. Oh. Don't do that. Meteor limestone, making the path narrower. I approve. I'm mostly concerned about them keeping the existing stuff sorted. Alright, so we're gonna hold off hunting the rest for a little bit here. Oh, the rain already has it. Yeah, so we just lost a little bit in the middle, and we did manage to recover the rice and all that, so we're doing that. Would it be interesting if not immediately known, like, not to immediately know the pawn's traits, like you can't? I would honestly be, like, down with the equivalent of, you know, the whole, that is a lot of people. That is a real bad time is what that is. So you've got one shotgun, one revolver, and all that. You got grenades and Molotovs, one of each. So you do have a spread of stuff. Unfortunately, that is a big group of people, and I don't have a whole lot to throw at them. So we are going to try and use this spot. I'm hoping we will have them lead in with some of their stuff like the mollies, so we can just take them down real fast. Do you have Blacket? So you have Smoke Pack. I'm not loving that. Oh yeah, there is a pile of silver there. I mean, honestly, in this particular case, if they just wanted to steal the silver, I would not complain about that, actually. Because that's a... I mean, I've got 2 bows and this, and then pokey sticks. Like, don't get me wrong, I do actually want to tie some of them up into melee. Oh, you're gonna attack the Dryad. Honestly, if 1 or 2 of them stops to fight the Dryad, I'd be okay with that. I was really hoping they would grenade their own people. So the good news is we do have them leading. Sadly, that's the guy with the smoke pack. But if we could take out those 2 in the front, I feel a lot better about tying up the others in melee right at the start. We are going to be needing to be ready to retreat if necessary. Take him down, take him down. Run in. It's not what we want. I need you to get behind cover. Get behind cover. Stop worrying about that. Run away. Jump in on that. That's bad. So you downed your own buddy. That's good. All of you, run down here. I didn't manage to select them. Run down here. Okay, we managed to get you out of that. Put out Randall Thor real fast. Okay, duck in here. Force him into up close. Knock him down quick. Alright, get ready to shift back real fast. Alright, new plan. Duck down to this room. Okay, so no one's dead. That's good news. Colonist needs a rescue. Oh, you had rot exposure. Put out the fires before people run into the fire. Randall Thor, don't. There. Save Conrite. Alright, well that was a colossal disaster. Okay. You're already tending to yourself. You rescue Randall Thor. You rescue Conrite. Oh, that's whatever. So get everyone back in here for medical treatment. So I need to tend to everyone because everyone's injured. Switch to them for just a minute. Well, goodbye, Garlean Tree. I don't know why you exploded, but that's okay. That's fine. So you're gonna be upset about it. We can worry about that later. Okay, so in the end, we didn't take any permanent injuries that we see yet. We do have lots of scars and all that we built up through all this. Yeah, so we just kind of rolling retreated the whole thing. Disease infection on Randall Thor. You're my best doctor. Just do your best. We don't have good medicine right now. Or any medicine right now. That's not a great tend. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that we had them show up. And just, we don't have much damage in our group. The good news is now I've got their weapons, and almost all their weapons are indoors here. So we do have good weapons available. So go ahead and grab that. Go ahead and grab this. Go ahead and grab that. Actually. Oh yeah, you're my brawler. Yeah, we'll keep you on melee. Honestly, Lardine, grab the shotgun instead. So you are winning against your infections right now. I can't do that. I would love to take that, but I don't even have fabric to make the hats, like a singular one, let alone 26 in a timely manner. Oh, and I'm going to need you to refuel that, so we don't all freeze to death in here. Cool, that'll help. They got downed. Oh wait, no, don't you do that. You're a terrible doctor. Very last Lardine will deal with that. Stop. I wish there was a thing that when you set someone to tend, that they physically cannot get back up. Like, until that has been prevented or whatever. It's just a thing not available. Hey, preach health? No, the person who preach health, I made the comment that literally I had them leave as the one person we didn't need the most just because I wanted to get one mouth to feed out here, so they are not physically here. They will be back, but... Oh, they'll only be back, it's only 2 days, so they should be back in time... No, they won't. I mean, that's fine. You'll be okay. As long as Conrite doesn't cause Lardine to have a break, which is very likely to happen, knowing my luck. Okay, you're sleeping. When you're done sleeping, go get your axe back. You're surprised the whole colony didn't get plague one day after you sent them off? That's been my luck in RimWorld past. I'm gonna go down here and just say go ahead and plant more. Because we did lose our dryads. I'm actually not too bothered by that. Like, Conright's gonna be pissed off for a while by it. But all that said, not the end of the world. Medical emergency on you. You'll be fine. Okay, and you're fine. So with that, go down there, grab your axe. That's not right. Grab your... this thing. You grab your axe. Just to rearm ourselves. Winter has begun. I am amazed. The last one, we had a bunch of these die way earlier than that. We are in the 20s of temperatures. Those plants should be freezing to death. Or not freezing to death. I mean, dying due to being frozen. But the good news is, I still have probably more than enough plant-based food to get us through the winter this time. Major break risk, cause intense pain, you were insulted a bunch. We're working on your recreation to keep that from being negative. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Insulting spree is so vicious. Yeah, insulting sprees absolutely compound. It's a real big issue. Because, like, the fact that it could stack 8 times to have a negative 28 for multiple days is pretty obnoxious. Like, it definitely feels like Insulting Spree is tuned to a higher magnitude than the other breaks. Like, Murderous Rage is arguably worse, because, you know, a pawn dies. But generally speaking, that one feels like, alright, hang on, man. Good. More permanent scars on Randall Thor. Lovely. Okay, woke up to not long ago. How are you? How's it been going today? It's been going relatively good. I mean, the colony's been rough. This map has been ridiculously hard. Not from a combat's perspective. There's just no food. I got these tiny little strips that can barely support any food. It's not year-round growing, and any animals show up, just beeline and eat all of it. Are we going late? No, I'm gonna be wrapping up here in a minute. Because it wasn't even supposed to be streaming today, and we just went long. Yeah, so you should be back in action soon, which will be good. Conrite is gonna be back in action in just a minute. But yeah, we'll see if I end up streaming tomorrow. I don't know what our plans for tomorrow is. We had plans and they fell through, so I don't know what we're doing. Let's see. Will a fence around the crops keep the herbivores in the fields? It depends on the particular herbivore. Also 69 plus 1 streak. You know, thank you Infinity Simplex for the 70 stream streak. Catch the last 70 streams, not miss a single one, so that means a lot. I could put like a fence around here. The big problem is we've been low on wood this whole time, which we actually had the Guardian Tree to help us with, but they were kind enough to distract the enemy for a little while for them to get at least some scrapes and bruises. But ultimately, I just don't have wood either. That said, if you put up the fences, stuff like the rhinos will still go over them. Make a granite fence? I'll probably need... Yeah, no, the problem is all of the growing zones are bisected by the river, so I would need wood for the bridges. Well, actually, I don't know if you can put a granite fence on a thing. Alright, so you're back. So when someone seems like they're going to well, actually, you're going to be angry for a while. Yeah. Barricades stop all animals, right? Unlike fences? No, there are animals that can go over it. You could build walls, and the walls would work. Disruptor flares will be next. But other than walls, animals can get over a lot of it. Some animals can't go through fences, some can. They'll actually have a thing that if we check their information, like I know rhinos can. So if we go down here, blocked by fences, no. That applies for barricades as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. At least I believe that's a stat. There's some that can and cannot go over stuff. Anyways, with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Because I'm going to be wrapping up. I normally don't stream on Thursdays and Fridays. I say that even though I've been streaming most Thursdays and Fridays recently. It's not supposed to be on my schedule, but I've been doing it anyways. That said, if you are watching over on YouTube, I cannot host out yet. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, and last I checked, I'm not there. So if you do subscribe, that will help me make it so I'm not just dropping you like it's hot. But this is what's going to happen. So don't forget to subscribe over on the YouTube side. But for those over on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop ourselves a raid.